All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Not Jeremy Renner is asking if I'm doing call-ins. I didn't plan on it, but if you guys got something to talk about, maybe we will. We got King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very, very good to see you. I got my hood up because I just got out of the shower and my hair is so frizzy and I'm very self-conscious about it. So we're just going to keep that up and pretend. What is good? What is good? Please and do hit that like button. That stuff does help out so very, very much. I'm not fully set up here. What is going on? Have you guys heard? How is my sound, by the way? Let me know how my sound is. This mic can be sometimes good, sometimes bad. But let me know. Yeah, have you guys heard about this No Kings protest? I don't even really know what they're protesting. Like the well, thank you very, very much, sir. Let's get you guys up on the screen there. Yeah, this No Kings protest thing, it doesn't really seem to make sense. Like, I know what they're trying to say, that, oh, he's being a dictator, blah, 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 blah. But, like, that's obviously not the case. So what game are we playing? So I figured, just a chill Sunday stream. We'll check out some of the footage, talk about some of the stuff. And we definitely missed some stuff throughout the week with talking to Rob Noor and all that stuff. Well, we're going to get into all of it. He said, as a black man, I was taught we was kangs. We was kangs. Indeed, indeed. So let's take a little look at what they got going on. And again, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes, like right now, whenever I feel like it. Let's see what we got going on. So we got large one. I think this one has music. We'll move that along. But just, just out there. I mean, hey, they're out there. They're out there, but what are they protesting? What are they doing? How do you know the No Kings protest was a bust? The left is showing videos from 2017. Oh no! So that's probably where this is, because I've seen a lot of that. Yep, here you go again. Massive crowd at the No Kings rally in Boston. Community notes, this video is from 2017. Oh my goodness. Not so good. Not so good. I am genuinely asking though, what it is that they're fighting for. Like,
just the fact that you live in the great test. What the fuck are you
with the sound?
You guys protesting?
Can you guys
are you protesting?
Why can't I hear this? What happened? Give me 1 second. Struggle streaming. Audio. Did you hear the video? Maybe it was just the screen share. What if I play it here? That was weird. What's going on? Oh. Don't tell me my whole computer is not giving me sound now. What a one? Oh, you did hear it. So where? Where is the audio coming from? I don't even have headphones up here. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Audio. It's saying the speaker's here. And then I can hear that. What if I did this? No. Come on. It should be right here. But this is StreamYard. That's not even it's Twitter that's not playing. Maybe let's see if YouTube is doing better. That's so weird. I don't know why you guys could hear it and I can't. Shout out to Magic. Magis' head. Mag is head. Welcome to the party. Said I kicked your dog, but then turn around and pet the like button. Well, I'll take it. Welcome to the party. I'm trying to figure out what is going on here. You know what? Sometimes it really is StreamYard. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna bounce out and come right back in. Doesn't seem to be working. Let me go see if I can grab some headphones. I'll play this as long as you guys can hear it. That's the most important part. I'll play this and I'll try to find me some headphones.
What the fuck are you guys protesting? Are you protesting the fact that you live in the greatest country on this planet?
Exactly.
And the fact that you get to protest means there's no kings in this country? What the fuck are you protesting? Are you protesting the fact that Donald Trump is doing his fucking job because the Biden-Harris administration fucked this country up, opened the borders to let anybody in? Criminals left and right. And no, not everybody's criminals, but a fucking lot of them are. And if you broke the fucking law to get here, guess what? You're a fucking criminal. And here's a newsflash for all you liberal Democrats that are paying out of pocket to go to these protests, which we fucking know better. America doesn't want your woke agenda bullshit. We're sick and tired of being called racist because we don't agree with some fucking bullshit that you're trying to push down our throat because 0.1% of the population fucking thinks it's right. We don't fucking want it. We want Donald Trump to do his fucking job because that's what we hired him to do. Right, you purple hair, lazy fucks hate your fucking parents. You hate your boss. You hate anybody that holds you accountable. Accountability is a fucking word you have never uttered in your fucking life. Because if you had, you would quickly change from a liberal Democrat to a fucking conservative Republican. Well, just in the last few seconds, dude is spitting. Shout out to Guam Tech. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know how much that helps out the channel, and it's free and it's easy. It helps out so very, very much. Kinavana said, do you know why there's a beef between Andrew Wilson and Sarah? You can tell me later if you must. I'm just so curious as to what happened. Yeah, so fuck it, it's a Sunday, right? Let's just get into it. Yeah, I actually covered this in full on the last stream, but we about to just, give you the TLDR. Where's my bag? It was based around Rob Noor, and a bunch of people were on a panel in the panelverse, meaning all the people that Sarah approves of, and they were getting together to troll Rob for whatever reason. Yeah, I bet that was. All right, so this is the moment. Oh, perfect. Okay. Where all right, so let's pull that. No, this is not the moment. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah. Well, actually, I'll let this. Rob is figuring out the panelverse, as I will yet have to define. Just stay with me.
Been kind of a fun day, anyways. Like, it was already sort of strange. So I was like, Just watch. You can see the
Shout out to ZBSM Lee. Welcome to the party. Oh my God, my hair. Quantex said we already have a No Kings Day. It's called July 4th. Dilly to that. Indeed we do. So, oh my God. So what we're watching is Rob looking at a panel that he was on, where there was a bunch of drama and he wasn't allowed to talk. So we've got the panel that Rob is talking about, Rob talking about the panel, and me covering all of that.
moment it hits me.
To assault officers, they're being arrested. People are being charged. People are committing crimes, are being arrested. The system is working as it's supposed to. The Insurrection Act is for when the system is
Right there. I'm like, I know what I'm going to do. You see, I'm supposed to be on the panel, but I've just been told by Ryan, who's constantly interrupting me, as everyone just sat by and let the interruptions occur, that it would be great if I sit there silently, so he has more speaking time. So I thought, what better thing to do than to sit there silent all evening? And so that's what I did. I let my cam on. I muted myself.
Hey, if you ever worked in a kitchen, if you ever worked in a restaurant, you know what is good. You know the real ones always have these ready for on the ready.
Muted for my audience, Ryan, and I had a show with my audience.
Oh, that would not be okay in Jersey. I mean, New York is more specifically, but you know, we're close enough where we get that shut up, Lex. That cold.
After all, isn't the whole point to give Ryan more time while I'm silent? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that the whole point?
So that's how it all started. That Rob was on a panel with one of the people from the Panelverse, aka the Raging Tomato Sims, and you know, Ryan was spurging out, and he was like, Rob was like, fine, then I'm just not going to talk. And so he muted himself. He stayed on the panel, and they did the whole debate, and he just did his own show. To just be like, screw you, you know, if you want to have a conversation, we actually have to have a conversation. So after that, this is the same panel. And again, actually, I think I show it right here. Back this up. This is what she does in her spare time. This, we've got speakeasy, we got big names. Yeah, so if you're somewhat familiar with the Raging Tomato, we're talking about the host here. We got Rob and Andrew from the Crucible all the time. This is what she does in her spare time. This is what she does in her spare time.
So I did see a couple segments up here. So
yeah, Ryan is. I mean, I don't know him personally. He seems like an okay dude in general, but he seems like somebody who just takes the blood sport of debate too seriously. And it's like, I'm just here to yell. Like people like myself, and I think definitely people like Rob as well. We like to have these heated debates. That's not the purpose that we are there. We're not there so that we can yell. We're there because we have a point to make, and sometimes we get a little excited.
there you see, here's this Orthodox guy that called in. Most of the characters that called in were on this panel discussing how to call in and fuck with me. And Sarah's gleefully there. Loser. Oh boy, she's having a good time. You know, as they're debating whether or not I'm gay and I'm this and that. Sarah's there yucking it up. The leader of the Panelverse.
The leader of the Panelverse? But wait, what exactly is the Panelverse?
The leader.
And you should go poo-poo him for...
See, they're discussing who should come yell at me.
And so that's Powder Dusty talking to Sarah, saying you should go bully him.
Okay.
Like, I'm in no position really to tell anybody not to be rude to somebody.
Well, but he is a guest on someone else's show.
I'll tell you a hypocrite, Flo. You can be a hypocrite, Flo. It's really easy.
Yeah, well, this is where you do well.
Who was shitty?
You see, Sarah, she's upset because I was a guest on someone's show. So she's telling Dusty to come give me the business. And he did. Him and his audience came and they trolled me at the end of the night. And Sarah stuck around and watched it. It's funny. It's good. Hey, I'm all for it. All for the yucks. No? No, of course, she could have came and said something herself, right? She could have. Dusty said, why don't you go over, Sarah? But her power levels are too high. Her power levels are too high. You see,
very interesting.
Panelverse, that kind of.
Oh no, I'm stepping on it. All right, we got it. We got it. So then, this is what Sarah was saying.
Behold, and there rose a great red Panelverse led by Sarah Tomato.
Right. It was actually funny as fuck. And yeah, act like Like a joke, get treated like a joke.
Well, I think
Projection.
this is what happens when people fuck with the panelverse that way. Right. If you're not a panelverse person and you come in and you try to fuck with the panelverse people, like they will all band together. Like you just can't do that. You can't go around to panelverse shows and flip out on hosts and get mad at hosts or fuck with host shows and do that kind of stuff and then expect everyone to turn and look at you and be like, oh yeah, come on back. You know, like I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
The power of the panelverse. In case you missed it.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
The power of the panelverse. So Rob is about to go fucking hard. But I get that, you know, if you guys don't really know what's going on here, we do have a very interesting thing that we still will get to. This isn't so that is definitely you want to go check that out. I covered it in full. But long story short, Rob just basically went off, and it was like, you know, I brought in, you know, we've helped each other, but I brought in a lot of people to your channel, you know, all this stuff, and you go behind my back and talk like this, and so he did a whole show on it, and then Andrew Wilson was watching Rob's show. And saw that Sarah said this, like, oh, well, we're the panelverse. You don't know to fuck with the panelverse. And she lost like 2,000 subs, and the Crucible decided we will no longer be working with the Raging Tomato. The power of the witless mob. Yep. Yeah, Behave was calling it the panelverse, not the panelverse, the panelverse. Like stuck in the ass. Mag said to be fair, Sarah did not start the mob, but she shouldn't have participated with it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just not a like you might find me on a panel, you know, kind of talking shit about other people and something, but number one, nothing that I would ever say that I wouldn't say to somebody's face. And number two, understanding that what I say to you guys out in the internet is a different thing. If I had a problem with Rob, if I had a problem with Sarah, then I could go and DM them. I wouldn't have to dog them in front of the entire internet. And yeah, exactly. It's it's being a simp. It's being a simp. And it's like, if you have a problem with certain people, like, you know, Rob was very clear about like, hey, you know, you don't, I'm not saying that you guys have to, you know, no longer go on Sarah's panel or be friends with any of those people or any in the panelverse or anything like that. But I'm just showing this is what they're doing. This is who they are. And I mean, damn, like not a good look. Not a good look. So yeah, Andrew was there and he was just like, yeah, I got your back, bro. We ain't doing this. So, all right, I want to go back and listen to what this guy said because I only heard a few seconds, but he was cooking.
What the fuck are you guys protesting? Are you protesting the fact that you live in the greatest country on this planet, and the fact that you get to protest means there's no kings in this country? What the fuck are you protesting? Are you protesting the fact that Donald Trump is doing his fucking job because the Biden-Harris administration fucked this country up, opened the borders to let anybody in? Criminals left and right. And no, not everybody's criminals, but a fucking lot of them are. And if you broke the fucking law to get here, guess what? You're a fucking criminal. And here's a news flash for all you liberal Democrats that are paying out of pocket to go to these protests, which we fucking know better. America doesn't want your woke agenda bullshit.
They are not paying out of pocket. They are getting paid in their pocket. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. The reason that they are there is because that is their job. They are professionals. They're professional protesters. And so they go, and George Soros or whoever gives them a bunch of money to go.
Which we fucking know better. America doesn't want your woke agenda bullshit. We're sick and tired of being called racist because we don't agree with some fucking bullshit that you're trying to push down our throat because 0.1% of the population fucking thinks it's right. We don't fucking want it. We want Donald Trump to do his fucking job because that's what we hired him to do. You purple hair, lazy fucks hate your fucking parents. You hate your boss. You hate anybody that holds you accountable. Accountability is a fucking word you have never uttered in your fucking life because if you had, you would quickly change from a liberal Democrat to a fucking conservative Republican where we believe in accountability. where if you did something wrong in your life, it's your fucking fault. And it's not the government's job to fucking bail you out.
And that doesn't mean that shit can't happen to you. It just means that it's not anyone else's fault where you are. You have to deal with the cards you are dealt.
I'm sorry that you pathetic individuals want to go to these protests and whine and bitch and complain about how fucking miserable you have it on the greatest fucking country in the world. People all over the world are looking at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You live in America. People that immigrate here, the reason that so many immigrants come here, they work their asses off and they get propelled to success is because they are able to witness the beauty in America and they take advantage of it and then they contribute back. But
I wish I'd saved this video I saw on TikTok earlier. It's a little bit long for the purposes of here, but it was a woman who called her grandmother who went through the Holocaust, and her family escaped like as a bunch of the entire camp was being shot up essentially. And so this girl, this woman, whatever, is calling her grandma and asking about, like, what did you have to go through? What was this like? What was that like? And then when you came to America, did you like have your hand out? And it's just like, no, of course, the greatest privilege was being in America. And then, of course, she tied it back to all this bullshit. And she's like, isn't it crazy? Like, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Shout out to K-Ram. Welcome to the party. Happy Sunday to you as well. Have you seen anything about the No Kings protest?
America, and they take advantage of it, and then they contribute back. But you fucking whiny liberal snowflake Democrats will always be in this victimhood mentality where everything is Donald Trump's fault.
Everything. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
What the fuck are you guys protesting?
And that's the question I had. Like, what is it that you are actually trying to say? This has been a problem with the left. It's crazy to me because the left, when it comes to propaganda and marketing and that's, they're great at that. They're great at that. That's why it took so long for people to realize things like the trans messaging was not just, oh, you just be happy who you are. It wasn't that. It was so much more insidious, and people are finally starting to wake up. But they're so good at the rhetoric and propaganda. But when it comes time to actually say the thing, like Black Lives Matter, what is it that you want? Okay, they had defund the police, which wasn't defund the police, and now no kings. We don't have any kings. So as he said, maybe it's a celebration. Maybe it's just a celebration. We got here. Where are you guys? You can see Trump said, I solemnly promise to do it. I'll get the crowd ready. Well, you solemnly promise and swear to govern the peoples of the United States kingdom according to the respective laws and customs. Dun, dun, dun. What a horrible, horrible thing. And then again, if you didn't notice, they are using...
Look at this.
Footage.
Millions of people across the country marching as we speak against
2017.
the policies of President Trump. This is Boston. Look at that. We'll continue to follow these rallies throughout the day here on MSNBC. Wow. All right, coming up.
So this was on MSNBC today. However, the video that they are showing, it is Boston in 2017 as where'd it go? There's another one. They had the community dome. It was like, yeah, this is from 2017. All right, Fox News, give me something good here. What do we got?
Yeah, it's all ridiculous, Charlie. Obviously, everybody can see that. It should surprise absolutely nobody that the same group who doesn't understand the meaning of fascism and who also can't define what a woman is, doesn't understand what a king is. President Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected in the 2024 election. It was a Democratic election. It was a free and fair election, and he won the popular vote as a Republican for the first time in 20 years.
Notice how much less this is than the video that we just saw from MSNBC.
So the idea that he's a king, maybe these people need to get a dictionary and look up the term. It feels to me like so many of these people don't know what to do with themselves because President Trump is delivering on all of his promises.
I mean, that's a whole other discussion, but he definitely is delivering on promises. Shout out to Patrick. Welcome to the party. Is CNN being dishonest? No way. I know. It's crazy. I never thought we would see the day, but here we are. And it was MSNBC. But I hear you. Welcome to the party.
Secured our border. We have the most secure border in the history of America. He's bringing down inflation. He's making life more affordable here, and he's bringing peace around the world. It's pretty clear they can't stand this. And so I guess their response is to get out in the streets and protest it. The best response I've seen thus far came from President Trump himself. Let me read.
We'll get that in a little. So Mag said, have you been watching any of the live streamers on the ground? But watch this guy Tommy Boy at the Portland protest. Is he on YouTube or X here? No. Tommy Boy. Let's see. Another liberal lie. Oh, yeah, this is the same one. No, this is a different. Oh, no, this is a different MSNBC using the same video from 2017. I know this is so. I know this is so cliche, but they really just look like a bunch of emaciated people. Okay, Tommy for Trump 420. I like that name. Tommy for Trump 420. Good call. All right, let's give our boy a follow. Let's see what he's up to. Says, let me read that first. Said, had to give shout out to my boy Tommy Trump and the No Kings protest in Myrtle Beach. What's going on in Myrtle Beach? All right, count all the people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
USA. USA. See, you guys are getting it. You're coming around. I'll get you all hats in no time.
Why not? We're covering it.
Well, I like USA.
Shout out to the Steel Man. Welcome to the party. So the other channels all suck. So I'm here. There you go. That is the right decision. Welcome. And again, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And as you can see, sometimes whenever I feel like it, we're trying to see how pathetic is the actual No Kings protest.
Okay, so maybe these guys aren't near the fascists they are in Portland. Okay. Yes, sir. I mean,
does he have media post? Yeah, if you guys got links. Oh, did I pin the can somebody pin the Discord link, please?
What happened? You got banned from the facility.
Yeah, so I got a 3-block ban from the judge, and when I checked in with my pretrial release officer, he actually gave me a 1-block buffer. He says it's not a mandatory thing, but he says the judge is looking for any reason to put you back into jail. He said, and it's funny because he works for the county, and he told me, he's like, I want to see you out here at the No Kings protest. So, I mean, it's really, I think PPD is a problem. I don't know, but that's besides the fact. So I got a misdemeanor harassment charge and a felony theft charge that I got arraigned for on Monday for taking a stick away from the kid that was trying to hit me with it.
Theft.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you take a stick from somebody who was trying to hit you? Oh, that reminds me. Oh, man, that reminds me. We've got to look at the Anti-Bad Guy, Good Guy Club. If you haven't heard of this, then you're going to want to join up right now. Right meow. I was going to try and copy it myself, but I was like, let's just let him cook.
I was going to try to make a video like this, but Wonton does it better, so shout out to Wonton.
Guys, when do we start in a political?
Oh, wait, we got our boy, the captain of the Moral Felon Clue. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. She? Which she? What? What you talking about, Willis? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Wonton does it better, so shout out to Wonton.
Put a one in the chat if you've heard about
a
this.
Political organization called the Anti-Bad Guy Good Guys Club, and basically anybody that we don't like is actually the bad guys. And if you don't support the Anti-Bad Guy Good Guys Club, you're obviously bad guy. We pretty much basically give people death threats and burn stuff down, and pretty much anybody that we don't like is a target for us, pretty much. Basically, you can't be a heckin' bad guy if you want to join the organization. And what makes you a bad guy is pretty much if we really don't really like any pretty much anything a little bit that you don't say, you say.
In case you weren't smart enough to put that together, that is mocking Antifa. But he's got a whole thing. There's a whole movement on TikTok now about the Anti-Bad Guy Good Guy Club, and I think it is a brilliant meme. The problem is that a lot of people are, are kind of running it into the ground. All right, so I don't see so much here. Do you guys? Again, I'm just gonna go back to the switch. I think TikTok might actually be better for this because this is gonna just show me what I want to say, whereas TikTok. Okay. What do we got? I mean, it's hard to find footage because nothing is happening. Yeah, right. From a Queen concert. Oh my goodness. Meet Lucy Martinez. She's an elementary school teacher from Chicago that mocked the death of Charlie Kirk. She works with kids. Lucy will now be the face of the No Kings protest. You can't describe the party of murder any better than Lucy did for all of us. All right, this had a video. But yeah, if you guys know anybody who's got some good footage. Oh, here we go. So if you at least we gotta mess with the Charlie Kirk's a hero. And they're like, oh, no kings, no kings, we're doing a thing. It's just too easy. It's just too easy to, well, what the fuck? I just asked my fucking, I just asked mods to drop the link and nobody fucking did it. How many mods are here? Next time I ask for something that is the link there. I will pin it to the top of the stream. I'm about to start taking wrenches. What the fuck? Now, pin to the top. Oh, whoops. Nope. What am I doing? That. I'll do that. Now, pin to the top of the chat, the Discord server. It is free to join. If you got some links, post them in there, and we will see what we got. All right, where were we? Oh, Jesus, this guy looks cool.
I don't know. He's just, we don't like Trump's a bitch. Yeah, why is that? I don't know.
Oh, what a gangster, bruh. This guy's a gangster, man.
Trump's a bitch. Yeah, why is that? I don't know. He's just, we don't like him. That's the word around here. Any particular reason why you don't like him?
Nah.
I'm just going with everybody else saying. Trump's a bitch.
Hey, you know what? Dilly to this kid. Dilly to this kid for at least being honest about the fact that he's just doing whatever. I think we've all had a time in our lives when, maybe we were just going along to get along. Be kind of just like, no, yeah, I totally believe this. At least he's like, nah, I don't even know what I'm doing here. That's just the vibe, bro. It's just aura. This chart is going viral, exposing who's behind funding the No Kings rally. So again, as we said earlier, nobody is taking money out of their pocket to go there. Well, maybe not nobody, but a lot of the people that are there are getting money put in their pockets. We're talking about $79 million, $16 million, $51 million, $28 million, 72, a grand total of almost $300 million. Now, where is this coming from? Take it with a grain of salt. Is this the same one we saw before? Yeah, man. I mean, that's about it. A huge thank you, Donald Trump says, to all the No Kings protesters. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but but still, thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still president. There we go. And this is it. This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. What in the fuck? I don't think this is actually from the thing, but may as well be. May as well be. Wild. Wild. What do we got in the chat here? Check. Are you trying to say me? Weird. C-Man said, Trump is a totalitarian fascist. Prove me wrong. Okay. Define totalitarian and then fascist, and then we'll go from there. Mag said, TikTok is banning a lot of the protest videos due to copyright music. Yeah, right? Like, why are you putting music over this stuff? If you want more people to see it, then you can't put music over it. Maybe we should just, I'm thinking about, I want to head to TikTok to see, but exactly the problem. Shout, hey, box in the building. The sheeple strayed out. They came out. I'm just praying for an asteroid. At this point, I don't even know if that would be enough. And it's the same shit. No king speaker. All right, what you got?
You gotta grab a gun. We gotta turn around the guns on this fascist system. These ICE agents gotta get shot and wiped out. The state machinery, that's a full display right there, has to get wiped out. You gotta grab a gun.
Jesus.
We gotta turn around the guns on this fascist system.
They're so angry. All right, so Mag just dropped me this. What do we got from Pillow Grifter? Said, Tommy, this is the guy that attacked you. Not a minute before the incident, he came up to someone else, very clearly talking to the camera. Second half of the video is the attack. It's 100% him. And what do you call?
I wouldn't actually do that.
What do you call those things? The scarves. Those things that he's wearing. Shout out to Mag. You're saying some vile stuff. That's what I want to say. Patrick said, these fascists won't give me the free stuff I want. We got to stop him. Pretty much. And that was a lot of the discussion with, oh, goddamn, another TikTok. I gotta keep saving these links. If you give me a minute, I might actually, if we have something, give me a minute. I'm gonna find a bunch of the stuff that I was watching, and we'll get some of those clips. But yeah, it was literally this one dude. They weren't specifically talking about no kings, but it was just about the victim mentality of the left. And it was two black dudes, so race not a thing. And one is talking about the government owes me my money, and the other dude's like, this is the problem. You're focused on daddy government fixing your life instead of actually just fixing your life. Like I said, I have my qualms with the no kings thing, but I think it was overall a success. People got out. It was nonviolent. Can't ask for much more aside from maybe a clear message or a goal. So that's what I'm saying. I have no qualms because nothing was burnt down. But in terms of a successful protest, nobody knows what you protested or what you want to happen. So what we talking about, Willis? All right, let's see what we got over here.
I wouldn't actually do that. That'd be a little fucked up.
I know many people on social media
Are you guys, what side are you guys on? Are you guys like real Americans or fake Americans? Real. I love it. We won. We need more real Americans. We need a lot more real Americans.
I don't know why he's trying to touch me. Fight.
Oh, Jesus. Nope. That's not what I do.
Here he is.
Savages. And then, of course, they're always there to protect each other. Always there to protect each other. Hey, we got Carl's Frosted Tips in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. So yeah, this is a in the same vein of what we're talking about. Hold on, Jesus. I hate the TikTok website so much. TikTok is king, but instead go there. Did it not full screen it? Full screen, baby. All right. So they're going back. They're going back and forth. Not Jeremy Renner. Did you have something? Okay. I'll drop you the link. I do need you to cam up, but yeah, if you want to come on up. Don't fuck it up for everybody else. So yeah, these two are going back and forth talking about, daddy government versus personal responsibility and all that stuff. So while we wait for Jeremy, let's see what's going on. So again, we had the original video. Then Jeffrey here responded, was basically saying, look, you're going after daddy government. And then this guy's replying back. And then Jeffrey's going to say his piece. God damn it.
Talking about accountability got someone in their feelings. But let me break down what I mean. This is actually a perfect example of why the Black community still struggles. The game is becoming better in building and incentivizing people to want to build more in those areas. That is the conversation we should be having, not complaining about not getting money from daddy government. Biggest difference between him and I is I'm focusing on what we're doing. He's focused on what the government's doing. And that brings me full circle to the entire point of the video I made. If you're not focusing on what you're doing and bettering your life, and you're waiting for the government to fix that problem, and they're not fixing that problem, you will continue to vote for that party because they're telling you they're going to fix that problem when they're not. And that's what Black.
So we'll jump back into that. But we do have Alan here.
What's up, boys? How you doing, man?
Not too bad. How are you?
Not bad. I've been subscribed to you a little bit. I watch your streams every so often. I was just I have one thing, because I'm seeing that you I didn't catch the stream earlier, so I saw the title. You're running over the No King stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on that? Just quickly, like, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, I genuinely don't understand it. I don't understand what they are, what the protest is. If it's no kings and we don't have a king, it seems like we don't need it. Now, I get that the idea is that, oh, Trump's a fascist, he's acting like a king, and so we want to do this and that, but like, he's not though.
He's not? Okay, yeah, that's really fair. I kind of agree with you. It's incredibly hyperbolic and kind of strange. But I mean, it was really successful. It was weirdly successful. I mean, it was at least from the way that but the people, whoever the organizers were. Apparently, it was the most attended event that they've organized. So
according
there's a lot of people that are really into this. Apparently, 7 million people at the very least showed up. That's a lot of people. So maybe I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't really know much about it. But
where can we see that it was reported?
No, according to the event organizer. I'm not saying that that's actually a real number. Trust me. I'm not saying this is not like an argument. I'm just saying that apparently. Well, I mean, you saw the videos and shit. I mean, shit. Almost every single city had, or at least every single county had some form of something going on. I mean,
I'm definitely
relatively
not
impressive.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that people weren't out there. I'm just number one, the level of how big this is versus how big it was supposed to be is not a thing. And then we obviously have mainstream media lying about the size. And they're like, well, here's Boston in 2017. It has nothing to do with this, but we're just going to show you a giant crowd. So let me ask you, what do you think it's about? And what?
I think that, well, I'll be honest with you, man. And I'll get to my question in a second, but I appreciate you asking. I think I kind of get it. I'm more of I like to stay in the middle. I voted, across party lines before. And at the end of the day, I'm starting to get it more and more, man. Why? Then I want to ask your opinion. This is kind of a side. This is a bit of a tangent. I kind of get it, being that I mean, like, I don't know. It just seems like the more people that I ask that are like avid Trump supporters, they're not really hearing about the negatives. They're not really hearing about the downsides of what's going on right now in America that's being directly
What do you
contributed
mean?
by.
What do you mean specific? Like what bad things? What negatives?
No, I mean, like, there's an incredible amount. This ICE thing is not working out the way that I think everyone thinks it's working out.
Yeah, I agree.
I support the end goal very much so. I think that, like, no, we don't. If you cross the border legally, you took a risk. Unfortunately, you might have to go back. They knew that. I understand that. But when it comes to the birthright citizenship stuff, I feel like a lot of people are either misinformed or don't care. And the fact that a lot of his supporters first of all, don't understand the way that the law works, but are still willing to support the ending of it, that kind of comes off as king-like behavior.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree that, like,
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. There was that one girl who, I forget what school it was, but she wrote an op-ed in her school's, newspaper, and was just asking the school, not even the government, just asking the school to divest from Israel and all that stuff. And she got deported for that. And I was like, what the fuck? That's not, that legal or illegal. You're allowed to say, please, can you not do this? And so I definitely agree with you. And there's a lot of people who would look at that and be like, who cares? Because of the ends justify the means. And I don't agree with that. But I can't say that I don't understand why people are at that place.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, no, I was just curious. Because, like, I don't know. I did vote. Kamala in the 2024 election. I'm really not getting down with this Trump guy anymore.
Well, I'll tell you.
He just continuously is screwing up. And dude, if he said, like, a nice statement, like, I was actually really expecting, maybe not expecting a nice statement. He's been pretty aggressive these last few weeks, which, like, fair enough, I get it. Political turmoil, it happens. But I was expecting a little bit more than an AI video of him in a crown dropping shit on the protesters. Like, why would that? In my opinion, I feel like that just makes it worse, and it makes me respect him even less.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in terms of, so I was a never Trumper. I didn't really pay attention to politics until he came onto the scene. So my story is always that I was in college when Obama got elected, and I was walking home from or walking to my dorm from my other friend's dorm, and there was a bunch of black people. It was a small private school, so there wasn't a lot of black people there. There was a bunch of black people out in the quad. I was like, I wonder what's going on here. Go inside, turn on TV, and realize that we got our first black president. I was like, that is how much I am not paying attention. And then, I just was into the mainstream media, and I became a Bernie bro, and they screwed him over. And I felt like if they really told me, or they really made me feel like if shout out to KFT. They really made me feel like if I don't vote for Hillary, then the world was going to end. And so, unfortunately, as I say all the time, I've been a drug addict, and I've done some shameful thing. The most shameful thing I've ever done was cast a vote for Hillary Clinton. And I didn't trust myself in 2020, even though I'd been red pilled around the time of the Rittenhouse trial.
No, same. I'm with you on that, brother.
Yeah, and 24, I was with him on all of the what he campaigned on. Since then, there's been a lot of falling short of his promises, but I still don't see how Kamala would have been better. So let me throw it back to you, and then let's bring KFT into the discussion.
You voted for Trump in 24, though, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, trust me, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just making sure that we're on the same page about that. So, first of all, I'm not the biggest fan of Kamala anyway. I just think that a lot of we can kind of see a lot of the hyperbolic statements that he was making. Of course, there's going to be some hyperbole involved, but I thought that they were hyperbolic and not very realistic, and unfortunately, it's kind of showing now. And I know that we're only in his first year, and we still have 3 more years, because if he proves me wrong, that's fantastic. All I want to see is a better America. You know what I'm saying? All I want to see is good. I have no problem if it's a Republican or a Democrat that gets it done, but if they say they have an end goal and they don't meet that end goal, and unfortunately his end goals he said he was going to do within this first 100 days, he didn't get most of them done. He kept pushing back the tariffs. He kept pushing back. He didn't solve and the Israel-Palestine crisis that he's claiming he solved, that he did this wonderful job, and that America came in. The ceasefire already got ended. It already ended. It's already done. They're already back to fighting. Whoever you want to blame for that.
Yeah, I
think
agree
that
with
him
all of
bragging
that.
about ending. I think him bragging about ending a war within 2 hours of him signing a ceasefire, only for him to be wrong. I feel like he should just stop doing that shit and wait a little bit. Wait just a little bit before he starts bragging about shit. And that's why I'm finding it very hard for me to like get down with the stuff that he's saying, because he hasn't really proven to me that he can do those things. Unfortunately,
Fair enough.
and
Fair enough.
Kamala's policy seems so much more reachable. Especially, you know what I'm saying? Like, they seemed a lot more realistic. And even if she got nothing done, I still would have. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I hear where you're coming from. I do disagree, but I do want to bring everybody else into the conversation. So
And but I have actually a question for all you guys, and this is what the question I wanted to ask in the first place.
Okay.
Do you know? And this is not a gotcha. This is a serious question because I'm trying. I have a lot of conservative friends, and I call in on a lot of these streams, and I really like to stay in the conservative side of the internet, just so I can kind of get an opinion from both sides. If you know what I'm saying, regardless of if I agree with it, I enjoy it. Unfortunately, I get insulted a lot, but you guys have always been nice, so I appreciate that. Do you know what felonies he was convicted of? Because I can say them off the top of my head. Like, do you have any idea what he was convicted of?
I know that he had that was an economic thing with the payment that had to do with Stormy Daniels, and that was a misdemeanor.
Yeah. Oh shit. Am I cutting out or are you cutting out? Oh, there we go. Can you hear me still?
I think that's me. Hold on. Yeah.
No, you're good, but I just wanted to make sure. So I'm just curious. I've just been asking a lot of people that, because a lot of people I'm seeing a lot of and I'm very understandable. So I'm seeing a lot of detractors of this protest. And
wait, real
I've
quick,
also
hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, I think I definitely. So let's read. I want to vote. So the biggest critique of Trump's second term is the release of the Epstein files, and yeah,
that's another one.
There's definitely a lot that he hasn't done. But yeah, let's go to KFT. What do you have to say about all of that?
Well, I'll just start on the first of all, Alan. Nice to hear you.
What's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Nice to hear whatever side you're on. You're not like you're open-minded, which is nice. And I'm a right-wing guy, conservative gun owner. I love Trump. I don't love everything Trump does, but I think if you when Biden was president, and I would say, what do you hate? Oh no, Biden's doing everything right, and I'm like, and I have Trump friends that are saying,
no, he's not. That's insane. Anyone that says
but hang on, but there's people that have said that to me, like, oh no,
I know, and
I'm like, come on, dude. Even Trump, listen, I love Trump. I love him. Yeah, the Epstein file thing, I get it. Now, I'll tell you right here to start, he's not in the list because that list will never.
On the list
No. But hang on. But that list will never get released, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, because there's too much damage in there.
Yeah.
On both sides. Both sides. And listen, no matter what Trump said, listen, we're going to release it. I have a little conspiracy that there's people above him who are like, we're not doing this. So anyway,
somebody got to him.
But real quick, everybody got to. But real quick, Alan, I just want to ask you, what were some of Kamala's policies that you liked? And I'm just asking because, listen, I don't agree with everything Trump says and does. I agree with most. I think for the overall good of the country, I agree with him. But what were some of Kamala's policies that you thought were going to be good for the country?
So I really liked her. Once again, I can't.
But I'm just asking that because this is a debate. So.
I'm a big fan of raising social. What do you call them? What would be the best word? I'm trying to make this short. Let's just say public programs, like Medicare, especially with her policies and her ideas for what to do with homeless and for disenfranchised. I liked her more she was very much more supporting of minorities and like LGBT people, which regardless of if you agree with them, they are people. And I think that anyone that's willing to at least stick their neck out because they are American citizens, I respect that a lot more than pretending like it's not a problem and pretending like they don't exist. And it was mostly social things. When it comes down to the economic policies, I wasn't a huge fan of the way that she was going to handle the border. But it also seemed a lot more. It really wasn't as bad as a lot of people were claiming. I feel the open border thing. There's no evidence that she ever would have actually implemented that. So I was maybe a little irked by that, but I supported. I guess I would say that I supported a medium level border thing than just deporting everybody, especially with the way that the birthright citizenship stuff is going right now. That's kind of what I predicted was going to happen, and unfortunately, I was right.
Well, let me just retort.
It's just a quick thing. Yeah,
no, that's good. Let me retort real quick. So first of all, Kamala was an idiot, and I'm just going to say this, and it's not because she's a Democrat. It's just because she's an idiot.
Okay.
When you watch videos of her and people are like, well, what are you going to do about this? And she's like, well, I own a brown dog. And that brown dog, like, she just couldn't articulate. And let's be honest, she wasn't going to be in charge. It was just like Biden. It was the people behind them.
Charge?
Oh, no.
People behind them? Like what? Who?
Obama's third term. It probably would have been Obama's fourth term.
Oh, you think it would have been? Oh, okay.
Listen, Joe Biden wasn't running the show. He had the auto pen. I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to ask you about that, actually. As a matter of fact, the auto pen. I wanted to ask all you guys.
Real quick.
One more thing, and then I gotta go because I gotta get home. I just left Hunt.
And then we'll bring Adam and Trey into the conversation.
Reference to the border. I mean, the border was wide open. For 4 years.
It really wasn't though, man. Like I really
10 million people came over the border. 10 million people crossed the border. I mean, it's fact. There's videos of watching ICE agents fist bump minorities and cutting the wire, letting them walk through. I mean,
where did you hear 10 million though? Because that is like a ludicrous number.
Yeah,
we only have 380 million. We only have like 330 million people in this country.
Bro, it's
that's a substantial amount. Like, how
okay,
did you,
listen,
where did you hear that from?
Tom
it's
Homan
everywhere.
has said conservatively that is the number.
Yeah,
and he says that because we don't know. There's so many gotaways that we have no idea. So the ones
right, but it also could be a lower number because there's so many.
It's not a lower number.
Gotaways. It could
listen,
be.
Well, here's the thing.
If we're going
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But real quick, my thing is this: if you cross the border illegally, you gotta go. If you're here on a green card and you commit a crime, you gotta go. You know, it's just the way it is. It's do it the right way. That's all we ask. But there's too many. I've lost so many people to fentanyl. I've lost so many people to other violent crimes. Not all of it was, illegal immigrant related, but fentanyl doesn't get made in America anymore. It gets made in China, it gets shipped to Mexico, it comes in across the border. And it's time. It's time for a reboot. You know, Kamala was, and in reference to the LGTB, you know, they are people. I get that. Great. You know, but the problem is with them, and this is where I'll end, and I'm because I got to go. I've been hunting and nothing's moving.
Gotcha.
The problem is that the LGBTQ people, if they just live their own lives and didn't force this shit in schools, force this on, like, just live your life and be happy. But they're the angriest people in the world. You pretty much can be gay, queer, trans, and nobody will give a shit. But when you're forcing the shit into schools and you're telling kids, hey, you can cut your dick off at 5, that's where it pushes against the whole agenda, and that's how they hurt themselves. I don't care what you are. I work with trans people. I work with gay people. I don't care. I get along with all of them. But when you force this shit on us and you tell us we have to accept this or else, well, no. So that's all I gotta say. I have nothing against them. I just don't. I'm just live your life and stop like to the LGTB AI whatever. Oh, sorry. Like live your life. Enjoy life. Stop telling me I have to like you because I don't have to like anybody. I'm not gonna hate you, but I don't have to like you, and that's the problem. So anyway, I gotta roll, boys. Good talking to you. I gotta get home. Alan, good conversation.
Have a good one, man. Yeah, good luck on your hunt if you're going back out tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Have a good night, boys.
Peace out, brother. Peace out. All right, let's bring in Trey. Trey has been so patiently waiting. You both have, but Trey was here
first.
What's
up, Trey?
What up? Sorry, my newborn woke up, so now I'm holding a baby. How you guys doing, man?
Not too bad. What did you think about all this no kings stuff?
I could give a rat's ass. I just need the government back open. As someone who has a spouse that works for the government, I just want the government back
She gonna
open.
get back pay. She gonna get back pay.
Yeah, but back pay don't work for the rent. Thank God I make enough, but
You
still.
don't got a credit card? You can fucking put rent on a credit card for months. Get the
Oh no,
fuck out of
I
here,
mean,
man.
I'm making, like I said, I make enough to do it. But as someone who has a spouse that works for the government,
So
I'm
then you
over
should
it.
be frustrated with the Democrats who wouldn't, sign these deals that put us in the position where the government is shut down.
I'm frustrated with both sides because both sides are being dickheads about it. Like
Yeah.
I think at this point you have to look at both sides and understand that we have forced both sides to do this. We will not fold shit. And I think
Yeah.
the whole point of government is to compromise with each other and get to the point of, what's best for our actual country. I think as long as there's lobbying and as long as there's always a midterm or something that our government's going to always basically stick their heels in because they feel like that's going to cost them a midterm spot or something.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that shit, brother. It
So
just
let's
sucks all
bring
the way
in
around.
the moral felon. I don't have my my stream deck here, but captain of the moral felon crew, Adam Cadman, in the building. Welcome.
What's up,
What do you
Adam?
have for us, brother?
Hey, Alan. Hey, what's up, Lutch? Thanks for the intro there, man.
Absolutely.
So, Alan,
Yeah, what's up?
You're saying that you don't believe that there was 10 million people that came in across the border?
No, it's not that I don't necessarily believe that. It's that I hear a different number every time that I talk with conservatives, and the number either goes up or down. It just seems arbitrary.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I don't think that we should be arguing off arbitrary numbers, being that it is mostly just a guesstimate.
Right. So yeah, the 10 million number actually is from the government itself, but because of the getaways, some people estimate it up to be like 20 million. So when that's where that number comes from. But you don't believe that Kamala would have been a better candidate to rein that in, because it was. I just want to clarify that. Is that your stipulation? You think she would have been better?
So the 10 million number, I just want to ask you, when the government reports numbers, they report interactions. They report border interactions. So if they reported like 10 million, that means that that's 10 million people that they actually interacted with and caught. It wouldn't be the number that they let go. Because if they let it go, then that means that they wouldn't know the number.
That's the number they allowed to come in. That's not the
allowed to come in. Yeah, legally. It wouldn't be illegal at that point.
Well, no,
it's border interactions.
It still would be illegal because they didn't come in the proper way. In other words, they didn't go and request a visa or something of that nature. So even if the government allows them to come in, they're still here illegally. But because of due process, due process, you're not like found guilty until you have your due process, right? So they can allow you to come in and stuff, but it doesn't mean that you haven't committed a crime,
Oh, so you're saying? Oh, okay. I kind of get what you're saying, but do you believe that all 10 million of those border interactions posted by the U.S. government on the U.S. government's page for all to see were in fact completely illegal and illogical? Why would they post them if they committed a crime? If the entire administration was committing a crime on that level, wouldn't they want to hide it?
Well. First of all, let's try to be clear on this, right? So, there's lots of things that the government does, or even we do, that are illegal or are crime and stuff. But just because no one does anything about it doesn't mean that it's not illegal or that it's a crime. So like for instance, for instance, how many times has the Supreme Court ruled something's unconstitutional and stuff, and no one went to jail for it, but up until they ruled it and stopped it, it was allowed to continue on, right?
Yeah, that's how our lawmaking system works.
Well,
we have a statute of limitations. That's double jeopardy. Like, we have things in place for that.
Well, that's not about double jeopardy. We're talking.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, if I commit a crime in 2016 and then they make it illegal in 2017, I don't get prosecuted for it.
No, it doesn't mean that it wasn't illegal before. When I say something's unconstitutional, it was always unconstitutional. It just is.
Oh, but they just decided.
It was just until the case was brought that someone said, yes, this is unconstitutional.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, we're on the same page. I thought you were saying illegal. Yeah, okay, word, I got you.
Yeah, but yeah, just
so do you think that the court, there hasn't been a case brought against the courts though for the open border thing? It really has just come down to rumors and guesstimates. Still, I'm waiting. If that number comes out, I'm gonna be like, whoa, and then I'll completely agree with you, man. But like so far,
let's just say that's not a reasonable thing. That's like asking how many leaves exist. Like just
but let's just say it doesn't matter. If you come across that border. If you come across that border, or even take a plane into America or whatever, and stuff, and you get off and you bypass our laws, you've committed a crime, right?
I agree.
So it doesn't matter what.
But if they come across the border illegally, then they 100% should not be here.
Yeah, I mean, our laws are only as good as the people that will enforce them, and Joe Biden and Kamala, and I don't want to turn this into a rehashing of the election, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did zip, to curtail it, and in fact probably hastened more people coming into this country thinking that they would get asylum of some sort.
So I guess I got a question then. So you're saying that 10 million people got into this country documented, but they did it illegally because of Biden's policies? So they went through the process to get in here legally. They talked to border people. They said that you're allowed to come in. But you're saying that the policies the border people were using are technically unconstitutional.
No. Let's say this right here. Let's say like a bunch of people are jaywalking, right, and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Now the cops could try to tell everyone we're going to take you to jail, right, and stuff. And instead they said, you know what, we're overwhelmed and we're being told not to take an action. If that happens and stuff, are they still jaywalking? Are they still committing a crime? Yes. But because the administration who is supposed to enforce the law is not doing so, it doesn't mean that it's still not a crime.
And so much so to the point where we're saying, even though people are here illegally, that we're going to give them amnesty, or we talk about DACA and all these things. There isn't a, like, regardless of in the nitty gritty, whether there is an individual person who is it going to ruin America because this one person is here? No, but that's not the point. It's the principle that once you let one person in, who asked it before, Sansan said, how many, what number of illegals is the legal amount? And it's zero.
Yeah, so, zero is the answer.
And so going back to,
but if they were led across the border,
going back to the notion of, well, I can't verify the 10 million, so I'm just going to say we have no fucking clue. Like that's a nice rhetorical move to that. I can't technically prove that there's 10 million, but are we really going to pretend that there hasn't been a huge invasion over the border?
No, of course I'm not going to pretend.
So then why does it matter if it's 10 million?
We definitely do have an issue, but I think that claiming that there was an open border policy,
which there was,
facetious and hyperbolic, and I think that you guys could come up with a better framework for it.
Well, okay, well, what would you call it? What would you call it?
Where use the numbers and say, instead of saying open borders, I would say lax border policy.
Word and we'll let you in.
But that's not how it works.
That is how it works.
Can you find me any amount of evidence other than just politicians saying that happened? That they just walked in, they said, "Hey, I'm Mexican, give me green card, please." And they said, "Oh, okay, okay."
What did I say? What did I just say?
You said that they came and they talked to people and they let them in.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
They said the magic word asylum.
Yeah,
And
which is the magic word. Yeah. So the way the asylum works, as far as I'm aware, I mean, we've been using the same protocol for asylum since it was granted. So I guess my question is like, why is it an issue now?
Well, because
there's so many people. I mean, it's been
because it's so many people, but the way
Obama
that
talked about it, Hillary talked about it, Biden talked about it.
Asylum.
No, but Republicans have also done this. I mean, the asylum laws have been pretty much the same forever.
Yes, correct.
So
agreed.
You're ignorant or just misinformed. Asylum is like if you're on a state, or if you're in another country, right? Let's say Mexico, right? And you're trying to flee that country. The first country you come to is where you seek asylum. You don't go 3 or 4 countries over, or even one country more over to seek asylum. So when you're talking about people coming across the border and they say asylum, I want asylum, but they're from Honduras and they come through Mexico. Well, the first place they should have stopped is the first country outside of Honduras. But
if I had the choice, if I was trying to flee a shitty country, I'm not going to another shitty country. Why would I go to another shitty country? I would go to the best country on the planet.
Alan, you don't have that choice. If you're going to make a legitimate asylum claim, you have to follow the law, because you're talking about asylum. That's a law, right? That's a law, correct?
As far as I'm aware, there's no legal framework aside from just precedent that says that asylum seekers only can go to their
check with the UN, because there is a framework for asylum, and anyone that comes to this country and bypasses other countries that border their country, they're breaking the law. They're not following asylum law.
Okay.
Because
let me just look that up. I'm gonna look that up. I'm serious. Maybe I'm super misinformed on this.
Logically play it out. So if you're coming from Honduras, right, and you're escaping, your claim is that I need asylum from Honduras, and then you go through a bunch of countries and you try to claim asylum in America, then of course it's not as I'm not asking you to make a legal assertion right now. I'm just saying, think about it, that it makes sense that if the person's coming from Honduras or wherever and is trying to come in and they say asylum, and then they get put in line for a trial that they may or may not show up for, and let's say they do show up and they say, no, you are not granted asylum, which is more likely to happen, which is more likely for them not to show up, then they never were here under asylum. And I think the point that a lot of us are trying to say is that, yes, we didn't expect a huge influx like this, and so the system as it existed doesn't prepare for the United States president saying surge the border.
Okay, I just looked. You said that the UN's asylum framework says that they have to go to the nearest border?
Yeah,
you say the UN
up under the framework.
There's nothing here, man. I can't see it, at least. I can't. I'm on their specific asylum definition, how to apply for it, who can apply for it, what's refugee status. There's nothing saying that it has to be going to the next border. It says that. Okay, here. Oh, here. Okay, wait 1 second. So if you apply for listen. If you apply for refugee status, there is no obligation for you to stay in the original state that you were let in as a refugee. So
well,
maybe you're just thinking of a different. I think you might just have the wires crossed, dude. That's okay.
No, I'm not. You just need to do a little bit more research.
Yeah.
Okay, where did you You're on a computer right now. Where'd you see that? I'm serious. I really want to find out.
I'm actually on my phone, but
you can still Google it. I mean,
I can look up whatever you want. What do you want me to look up?
Look up the UN asylum framework. Do you have to go to the next available border, according to the UN?
Anybody have an issue?
And don't use like AI or nothing. Like, go on the UN website. If you guys know about this, you should be able to find it quickly.
Anybody have an issue with using ChatGPT?
Well, Alan, I don't think.
Yes, I do have an issue. Okay, yeah.
I don't think you're being.
I mean, ChatGPT is left coded.
Alan,
so
you're not being genuine. You want to halt the conversation for us to go look up something that you haven't looked up.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
No, but you're telling me that it's a fact and I can't find the fact.
We can ask a simple question. We can ask a simple question.
Okay, ask specifically, does the UN does the UN whatever? Do they have to go to the nearest border country in order to seek asylum?
Someone seeking asylum must go to the closest country that can provide that. Fair question. Does the UN dictate that someone seeking asylum must go to the closest country that can provide that?
Probably the international court, but it falls up under the UN.
That's a really good and nuanced question. Short answer, no. The UN does not dictate that asylum seekers must apply for asylum in this closest safe country. Here's what the international law, mainly the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967...
Which is what I'm on right now.
Yeah, and this is all under, I don't know what the UN Human Council...
That's what I'm reading off of right now.
Yeah,
that's why
so
I was confused.
Refugees have the right to seek asylum for persecution. There's no rule requiring them to claim asylum in the first or nearest country they reach. However, individuals' country or regional agreements, like the EU's Dublin regulation, may choose to enforce that kind of rule domestically, saying, in effect, that asylum seekers must apply to the first safe country ever. So while the UN encourages burden sharing among nations and wants asylum seekers to be fair and humane, it doesn't impose a closest country rule. It just asks that refugees not be returned to the place. So it doesn't specifically say that you have to, but the can we agree that in the spirit of what asylum is, you're escaping fear, you're escaping something here, and so once you've escaped the fear, then you can find asylum.
Yes, I do agree with you on that point to an extent, but if I was coming from Honduras, would you, okay, so let's say you're escaping Honduras, do you really want to settle in Mexico when the U.S. has a law in place saying that I can seek asylum?
If my life is in danger, then yes.
No, but like, why would you want to stay in the other shitty country? And also,
Alan, you asked me a question, brother. So you asked me, do I want that? And I say yes, because of the fact that if I'm in trouble in Honduras, then maybe I want to live in Bali or the Maldives, but yes, I will accept asylum from a safe country where my life is not in danger, which is...
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm with you, dude, but there's no like legal framework in the U.S. saying that you can't do it. So Adam, you're allowed to have that opinion. You're allowed to have that opinion. I'm totally with you, but the U.S. doesn't say that you have to.
Alan, again, you're being disingenuous. Look at what, if you listen to what Lutch was reading to you and stuff, we have agreements with countries like Mexico and other countries that, hey, when you reach there, you don't just get to go, you know, I don't like Mexico. I think I want to go to America, and you just keep fucking coming.
All right, ask ChatGPT if the US has a thing.
Bro, did you just...
No, you're saying things that I can't find. I really want to find the source, and I will agree with you. 100%. I am right down the middle, brother. I've never heard about this before. If you are right, I will concede, and I will tell you are right, and I'll change my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
look up if the U.S. has that policy.
What is your opinion, though? That's the problem. I'm not getting. What is your opinion? You think that we should just let people that just come to that border?
No, of course not.
Come in. Then what is the point? We're not on a different.
Wait, no. I'll tell you exactly. Adam. I'll tell you exactly my opinion.
All right, we'll go to Alan, and then I want to bring CT into the discussion.
Okay, but I really want to get this. I really want to get through this, and so my opinion is that the United States is the best country in the world, and if the United States of America has a policy saying that anyone can come and seek asylum, that doesn't mean that they're going to let everyone in, then they should be allowed to seek asylum, and if the government allows them asylum, they got here legally. Regardless if you think that shouldn't happen, if the U.S. says that it's legal, and they do it legally, which we just proved, unfortunately, that you're... I don't know, man, and I'm not saying that you're wrong necessarily. I'm just saying I think you might have been a little misinformed on that.
No, because that's
no, but the U.S. Okay, can you ask if the U.S. Can you ask if the U.S. has that thing?
Alan,
you don't let me finish.
Alan, you gotta you just threw out a bunch of stuff, so I'm going to respond to that. And so you're saying that I'm wrong that it was not a specific rule. Trumpers won't store stuff, as I just showed you that, okay, clearly I didn't know. I brought it up. I didn't know what it was going to say, and it said that. that doesn't mean that the intention, as it specifically said,
Oh, the internet's going, dude. Oh shit. We can't hear you, dude.
Hey, Lunch, yeah, we can't hear you, man. If you
We
can
can't.
hear
Oh,
us.
he's muted. Yeah. Sorry, dude.
Test.
Yeah, you're back.
Yep.
No?
Sorry, man.
He'll fix himself. Yeah, just let him.
So
fix
we're
himself.
saying
Yeah.
that the spirit around why people are seeking asylum is being abused, even though it is under the law. We want to change that law because it is currently being abused.
Right, and I agree with you. I actually do really
Alright,
agree with your point,
let's go-
but the law hasn't been changed yet, so I don't think that they should not be deported because of their might change the law. They haven't changed the law yet, so I think that deportations and holding of them and putting them in prisons, I don't think that that's
No, because they don't
fantastic.
actually get the asylum. They're just claiming that, and they go to court and they say, no, you don't need asylum.
Then they deserve to go back. That's all it goes. But the people that
Right.
already got
You
here
don't-
by
you
asylum,
don't get to go. There's not such a huge line of people bullshitting. Let's
You
bring
don't
in
get to go free just because you claim asylum, my
but
brother.
and I agree with you. But
hold on,
if someone,
hold on. Let's bring in CT. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, what's up, CT? How you doing, man?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I just hopped in. Actually, just looking for a nap, and then saw you were on, so I hopped on. But so you're talking about asylum. While y'all were talking, I looked it up. I know Letch also looked it up. This is from the Cornell Law School. The page. I can post it I can post a link in the chat if you're interested. 8 U.S. Code 1158 Asylum. This page is 3.
Yeah, put in the chat. Hold up.
It's like 9. It's like 9 pages long.
Yeah, I got it.
The references y'all are saying that it's not in the law. This law is very specific, but also very broad. It takes a lawyer to break it down. So,
Yeah, no, I believe
it's like it's not in the law. Like, I understand the basis of like the asylum laws. It's loose. That's kind of the problem. But Letch's point of saying you're not supposed to be able to cross half of South America to get to America and then just say, well, this is the best country in the world, so I'm going to apply here. No, the whole point of asylum is you're escaping an unsafe place. You're under threat of law. You're under threat of death. You're under threat of an unsafe government. So you want to escape to a safe government.
Yeah.
They walk through 6 other countries in the pursuit.
So what
of
about the
escaping.
asylum seekers coming from Mexico? They actually are coming through our border.
Yeah, I think that's a good case, and that's
So
also,
why are they being investigated even a little bit?
Because
they're here legally.
For everybody.
They still got here illegally, so but I think their asylum cases actually should be taken. I don't think they should go to immediate deportation if you're actually Mexican that's looking here on asylum, because there are cartels, and especially if we try to go full hands on and fight the cartels, that's a reason to claim asylum. Because if the U.S. starts dropping drone strikes on the Guadalajara cartel or somewhere like that, I don't know if that's a real thing, but yeah, if we start dropping drone strikes in Mexico, then a woman lives in a village in Mexico that's getting drone striked by the U.S. can claim asylum. That's a real asylum case.
Yeah, no, I once again, I think we agree on the end goal of this, boys. I'm just saying that, and Adam, once again, dude, where did you? I'm not sure. This isn't a gotcha. Where did you hear the UN thing from?
He just literally read it to you, and it said
that
exactly,
you were unfortunately
and it said
wrong.
exactly what I just said.
You said that the UN says that you need to go to the nearest border country. The UN doesn't say that.
We were saying that the spirit of the law is that you should. We claimed ignorance onto whether it actually states.
Okay.
I get you. And Alan, since you're so provocative,
so then I got one last thing.
So Alan, if you're so provocative in the law, where is it in the United States law that says that you have the right to come into this country illegally, or at all? What would be the reason for custom? Why would you even need a passport? Where do you think all that comes from? You think that we just have an open border and that it's you can just come in this country? There's zero laws. But you
Actually,
can't quote them.
that's
But
what
you
we were
can't
talking
quote them
about
to
before.
me, right?
Because
But Alan, you
I
can't
was.
quote them. You can't quote those laws to me, right? So they don't exist.
I can. So
That's
I can.
not what I would say at all, actually.
I
Well,
can read.
then why are you so hung up
Wait,
on
let me
whether or
talk to
not
Adam real quick.
it says in the law you must stop at this first country or not? I mean, if the spirit of the law is that you're trying to escape a persecution of some sort from your government or for some reason, you know that I need to show you a law and stuff. There's a law.
I was wrong.
No,
Is
you're
me not
cool,
putting
man.
it on the screen and showing you
Yo,
that I was wrong not enough? You guys are fucking
Indian
retarded.
Jesus, I'm with you. I want Adam to admit that maybe he was a little misinformed. That's all.
No,
It's okay. I'm a little misinformed sometimes. It's okay. It's all good.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna be smart.
I'm gonna
misinformed,
try to explain this
brother.
one more time, and then I want to bring an answer. So what we are saying is that, as it says in the thing that we brought up, that even though it is not explicitly stated by the UN specifically, not the US or anybody else, that where are we?
Up under international law.
Right, but we don't have that policy. You can make that policy. If Donald Trump makes that policy, then I agree with him. He did it, but he didn't do it yet. So they are here legally. For the time being, they are here legally. So you can't add them to the illegal statistic. That's all I'm saying.
Not quite true, man. So I'm on my PC and on my phone, so I wasn't able to drop the link.
Yeah, you can.
Here, let's
find out. Let's find out. Let's see what Mr. GPT has to say.
Right.
Sorry.
So again, I don't know what this is about to say. So if you're too dumb to understand, if this disagrees with me, this is me admitting I'm wrong because I'm showing it to you.
Yeah, and I'm with you too. If this disagrees with me, then I'm wrong, and that's totally fine.
Instead of me like scrambling to find the link, could I just tell you what I'm looking at and you pull it up?
Yeah, let's get through this real quick. I'm curious what he has to say.
So this is in the same thing about the UN having a specific thing about having to stop one way. And then I'm now asking about what about what the U.S. says about people coming from countries where they could have stopped and gotten asylum somewhere along the way. That's where the difference between the UN and the U.S. policy really comes into play. Here's how the U.S. handles people who pass through other countries before seeking asylum here. 1. U.S. law does not fully adopt the UN standard. While the U.S. is a signatory of the 67 Refugee Protocol, it implements asylum through its own domestic laws, mainly the Immigration and New Nationality Act. So the U.S. recognizes the right to seek asylum, but it sets conditions on who can actually qualify. So this is, but before we even move on, this is specifically what we're talking about. The U.S. law that, or the U.S., the spirit of the U.S. law, that is it okay based on the fact that you could have gotten asylum somewhere else? Is it okay? Not is it legal? Because we have already admitted that is a hole in the law that we want to change. So is it something that is in the spirit of the U.S. laws to?
I can answer this very quickly, very easy.
Yeah, keep going.
Settlement rule under U.S. law, if an asylum seeker was already offered protection or permanent status in another country before coming to the U.S., they are ineligible for asylum here. So that means, just from that one sentence,
right? But permanent status is different than refugee status. Can we agree on that?
No, hold on. We're gonna go point by point. Point by point. It says if they were already offered protection. So what we're talking about is the notion that if you know Mexico is going to offer you asylum and you don't ask Mexico because you want to go to the United States, that is not in line with the spirit of the United States law, just already based off of that one statement. Can we agree on that?
I have one thing, and I'm not being a dick here. Can you read it again? Because it says permanent status, not asylum. Those are different things. Permanent status would be like us getting a green card. So, that's not the same thing as seeking asylum. And then
protection or read.
If an asylum seeker was already offered protection or permanent status in another country before coming to the United States, they are ineligible for asylum here. For example, if someone traveled through Canada or Mexico and received or could have accepted an offer of legal residence or refugee status, they'd likely be barred. But merely passing through a country doesn't automatically disqualify them. So what we are saying is because of these laws, because there is not something written in red ink that says if you pass through a country and you then you can't get asylum here, then the loophole is to just travel through those countries that can offer you asylum and not ask, so that when you get to America, you've not asked anybody else.
Which I agree is pretty scummy.
The loophole that we want to fix.
Yeah, and if you guys fix it, then I'll agree with you. I'm just saying that it hasn't been fixed yet, so we can't call them illegal immigrants. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you, man. But you guys are calling them illegal immigrants.
You do not agree with us because, Alan, the question would be when you come to that border, you say, have you seek protection from whatever country it is that you just passed through and stuff? And the answer is, no, I didn't. You're automatically denied.
No,
but wait.
No. Never killed anybody. OJ's never killed anybody because if he was guilty, he would have been found guilty. The judge restarted.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say so. Okay,
hold on. I got something to say about what you just said there because you made the assertion implied that all immigrants are asylum seekers that are legitimate asylum seekers instead of acknowledging the fact that you don't just automatically get to walk out of whatever country you're in, come here and say, hey, I need asylum and protection, right? Why the hell aren't you making your own damn country better? Why the fuck is it our problem to deal with it?
Yeah, I was trying to talk about that earlier, but we kind of got sidetracked. So you're saying that instead of leaving the shitty country that puts you in danger, you should just stay there and try to fix your own country?
No, like there are requirements for it to be considered, like a person to be considered an asylum seeker, right? You don't just get to leave your country because it's a shithole.
No, they don't. Yeah,
right?
I agree. So then the U.S.
so like 99% of the people that walk from South America are just coming here because they want more economic opportunities, and that is not an asylum seeker. That's an illegal immigrant.
So I would agree with you. I do agree with you. I don't think that they should be doing that, and I think that it's not super helpful for our country. But my point is not that I disagree with that point. I'm saying my point is that, unfortunately, and if they fix this law, that I'm with you, they haven't fixed the law yet. So even if it is under your opinion that they should not be doing that, which is a fine opinion, it doesn't mean that they're illegal.
What you're saying is, I agree with you that the law should be changed, but the law hasn't been changed, so we shouldn't change the law.
No. So the law hasn't been changed, so we shouldn't prosecute the people that came here technically legally.
No, how are they here legally? You're making the assertion that they're all asylum seekers. You have not proven that they're all
I'm not
asylum
saying they're
seekers.
all asylum seekers. I'm saying that the actual asylum seekers, that's what we're talking about
Like
right now.
the 1% who are actually being politically persecuted in their country. You're saying that like the 99% of the people who just walk here for economic opportunity should be lumped in with all those others? No, man, that's ridiculous.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're making an argument from the exception. You're saying there's a small group that might be disenfranchised, right? Like I don't care about that small group. We got people coming over here because they want to work, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't say that. If you thought that I said that, that's fair enough. My bad for saying that. That's fair. I don't agree with that. So you got me. If I did say that, I don't remember saying that. So I'll say this.
This chat is saying, because I feel like we this nails it down. That Alan, you're saying that loophole illegals are legal, and by the letter of the law, that is how loopholes work. But we are saying that just because a loophole puts you in this category of not illegal doesn't mean that you are legitimately here.
Yeah, but I do I get your opinion, but okay, so like whatever. I guess I'll concede on that point because you're right. You're allowed to have that opinion. Unfortunately, the U.S. does not currently agree with that opinion. So I would say that they should not be added to the illegal immigrant statistic that was brought up earlier. That is my whole point.
I mean, that's a problem that's easily solved by replacing judges, right? Because we have rule by man and not by law. And so you just replace the judges and you'll get different rulings.
Yeah, and if they do that and they disagree, then fuck it, whatever. That's why I love this country. It's democracy, baby.
We don't have. I don't know why y'all are appealing to authorities anyway by looking at the law because it's just interpreted by men.
Because they don't agree with the law. Right. Okay, I have a question for you guys, real quick. Because the asylum laws, the way that they work, and you're right that it is a small minority, but everyone seems to be pretty up in arms about this shit. Do you want to read the super chat first?
Yeah,
the donation.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Guns and Cafe with the $4.99. Come on, Morty. Of course, guys, don't forget that every single donation comes with a treat for Morty.
Guns and Cafe
An alien that entered the U.S. outside of a port of entry is considered and remains an illegal alien until an immigration judge decides otherwise.
Right.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about, though, is it?
That is precisely what we were talking about.
No, but like that's a different thing than. So I was just confused why Odin brought up UN asylum laws. That was my only thing. That was the only reason why we even went on this tangent. Why would he bring that up? He said it so confidently. He said it so confidently when all you had to do is bring something up like that, and I would go, "Yeah, you're right. Next topic." That's all I'm saying about that.
So okay, let's just put it here then. Would you agree that it would be better to put it in writing that you do in fact have to go to the closest country to seek asylum if you are seeking asylum?
I think that if the people that we democratically elected decide that through a democratic law process, then I think that it should be law.
That's what he's asking.
I'm asking me. Oh, my opinion?
Yes.
Oh, you like my just specific opinion? I think it depends on it. I mean, if someone wants, well, I mean, let's talk about like Syrian. Let's talk about Syria real quick. It's just hypothetical.
Wait. It's a very simple question. Would you be in favor?
Then I won't do a hypothetical.
Would
I think it depends on the case. I think it depends on the case.
Well, you made
if I was trying to get asylum status from Haiti, I would not go to the Dominican Republic, being that they hate me.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't go there. I would, travel a little bit through the Gulf of, we call it the Gulf of America now, don't we? Through the Gulf of America, and I would try my hand at the U.S. And if they say no, womp womp, guess I'm going Dominican, baby.
Okay.
All right, that's not answering my question.
That's my question. That's my answer.
No, but he also just said a clear thing there, RJ. He said if he got denied, he would turn around and walk the other way. So
which is what most of them do. That's what the border interaction is. That's the statistic that you brought up earlier.
Alan, you gotta let other people answer. Go ahead, CT.
So what I was gonna say is
what's up, man?
when the 10,000 people a day, when under the Biden admin, were coming here to claim asylum, and some would get it that didn't deserve it, but then some wouldn't. They wouldn't just walk a mile down the river and cross the Rio, because that's what happened.
Wait, you cut off just a little bit. What was the last part of that?
That once they did get denied, they would just go a mile down the river and cross the Rio.
Yeah, if that happens, then they're doing it illegally, and then therefore they don't have any protection. Whatever.
But you think they didn't do that?
No, I think that they probably did do that. I just think that the statistic that Mr. Cadman brought up, this is really only a thing against Mr. Cadman at this point. I think that statistic that he brought up was misinformed. And I think that you shouldn't use it as a statistic.
It was a guess.
Okay, now he said 10 million. I asked him what 10 million came from. He said that those were border interactions, and he said the UN says actually those border interactions are unjust. I said, look it up. You looked it up. The UN doesn't say anything about it. The US might say something.
We didn't ask anything about the numbers.
He said that. Who said the 10 million? Okay, we can get off this topic, boys. Or do you want to read through the rest of the?
Hold on. Where in this did we ask about numbers?
No, we didn't ask numbers about that. He said, what did you say? He said
someone seeking asylum must go to the closest country, and they talked about that. And hey, I was wrong about that. And you know what? I've been wrong before, and I'm going to be wrong again. But then we asked about America's laws. So you saying
finish? Can we read through that? Actually, can we read through the whole thing? I want to just read through the whole thing.
I did post the Cornell law. I did post the Cornell Law Institute that I was looking at in the chat. If you wanted to pull that up,
it's complicated, man.
It's in the chat of this stream, not the YouTube chat or Discord chat, but the chat of this stream.
All right, so I put the link.
No, it's like it's long legal speak. We're not going to let anything from this.
If you would like to read the entire exchange that we were just looking at, the link to that specifically is right there. So this.
Yeah, but can we read through it on stream?
No,
because you only read through the first two sentences, and then you said that my point was invalid. Read through the rest.
Alan,
it's
that's
like
bad radio. You can't read on radio. That's bad, dude. The audience will leave.
It's like one paragraph, and just read the rest of the what does the U.S. do?
Fine. Okay, I mean, all right, it helps me out. So okay, you guys. So
yeah, let's figure. I'll agree with you.
So it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't offer protection. They're inability.
The whole thing, man.
For asylum here. So if you're going through Canada and Mexico, then you're not supposed to. But merely passing through a country doesn't automatically disqualify them. Third country transit and safe third country policies. The safe third country agreement currently only applies between the U.S. and Canada. It means that with few exceptions, asylum seekers, I just sound like I'm ready. Asylum seekers must apply in the first safe country they enter. So, someone entering the U.S. from Canada can't generally claim asylum here. The Trump administration third country transit ban in 2019 tried to expand that principle. It denied asylum to most immigrants who passed through another country, like Mexico or Guatemala, without seeking asylum there first. And again, my point, the point that I brought up is that they knew that if they asked for asylum and were denied, that they would not be able to get it in the U.S., so they specifically did not ask for it.
Yeah.
The rule was blocked and rescinded under the Biden administration. Surprise, surge of the border. But the Biden DHS has proposed similar restrictions since 2023, especially at the southern border. Number 4, the current reality as of late 2025. As of now, the U.S. does not automatically disqualify people just because they pass through another country, but the government heavily weighs it against them if they did not seek asylum along the way, especially for the border entries from Central America via Mexico. It's part of the border attempt to discourage what they view as forum shopping, picking the most desirable destination rather than the nearest safe one. Do you need the summary or?
No, I get you. No, I'm with you.
But this is
thank you. Thank you for giving us more context. I do have to say this though.
Else, like other context. If you go to that page, let's just head up and scroll down. This second part of it is the safe third country rule, and it says in paragraph 1 shall not apply to alien if the attorney general determines that the alien may be removed. So it gives all power to the jurisdiction to the attorney general, and then. If you look at the 4th line, it's not
that long to get there. So I'm just going to go all through this. I put the link in the chat. This is Cornell Law School Legal Information Constitute on U.S. Code, blah, 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 about asylum. So
I'll check it out. Thank you.
In general, an alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted.
This is just going to be a bunch of legal speak, dude. Damn.
So I mean, that's the in general. That's the basic law. Basically, what we're saying. So the exceptions: a safe third country. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to the alien if the Attorney General determines that the alien may be removed pursuant to bilateral or multilateral agreement to a country or other than their home country, in which the alien's life or freedom would not be threatened on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group or political opinion, where the alien would have access to a full and fair procedure for determining a claim to asylum or equivalent temporary protection under the Attorney General finds that it is in the public interest for the alien to receive asylum in the United States.
Yes.
The time limit is 1 year, not really relevant. So CT, what?
Well, I think the one key on the topic of at least we're talking about, and we don't have to go through this whole thing. Like I said, it's like 9 pages long. But on the topic of the safe third country, a key word it uses, the key phrasing it says, the country of the alien's last habitual residence. Meaning the last place they are safely able to habitate or live in as a resident. And I think the exception that a lot of people try to make is that, well, we never lived here, we were just passing through. And I think that's where the loophole comes in, is they're able to say it's not a residence because we've never lived here, we're just migrants traveling. And to me, that's a cop-out. That's and then
I agree.
And then it puts the power in the Attorney General. So when the Attorney General comes out and says, we're going to go round everyone up, that's the law. It's not.
And I just want to bring up one last thing, because thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. IndianJesus. Much appreciated. But I will say this. So we are talking specifically about asylum seekers. The rest of it I can't speak on because I don't know that much about it. So according to the Office of Homeland Security Statistics.gov, so this is like for real. 945,000. I just went back to 2023 because this was Biden administration. That was just the closest thing that I looked up. So in 2023, 945,000 people applied for the U.S. asylum system, right?
What year was that?
And only 32,050 people were let in.
What year was that?
That's a really small number.
What year was that?
2023.
Okay, so go back a few years before they bastardized the definition of the word asylum and take a look and see what it actually is, right? Because they've expanded the definition of what asylum means because they realized that they couldn't get through the immigration system the way that they had been for a very long time when they were just simply ignoring the immigration laws, right? Because it benefited big business.
All right, then I'll say one last thing on this. I'll say my piece, and then I guess I'll concede on this topic because yeah, you guys are making some great points, and I'll look more into it. Thank you for bringing all this up. I'm just saying that if the Attorney General gets to pick and our government gets to make laws based on who is democratically elected, technically, whether you agree with it or not, unfortunately, Biden and Kamala were legally democratically voted in, and so if they wanted to change the let me just go on.
No, you're making a moral odd claim.
Hold on, let him finish, and then go ahead. Answer will be.
Yeah, I'm saying that if they did bastardize those asylum laws, then they did it because they were democratically elected, and that's okay. I might not agree with it. So like right now, like I didn't vote for Trump, but I agree he's our president. So like, I mean, the things I might not agree with everything that he's doing or his government is. I might think that some of it is not great. It doesn't matter. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I don't get to decide. America elected this guy. So if he decides that he wants to change the asylum laws, fuck it, let him do it. That's how it goes. He was democratically elected. So I'm saying that if you want to say the 2023 statistics don't matter because, they bastardized it before then, they bastardized it because they got elected. Therefore, regardless of if you agree with it, it's still legal, and they still only let in 32,000 people. You guys are losing your mind over 32,000 people per year. I mean, like, that's really not that much, boys. I don't know why this is such a thing and why we should persecute every single asylum seeker.
What state you live in?
What's it? Which state do I live in?
Can I ask what state you live in?
Yeah, I live in Michigan.
Yeah, pretty far from the border. Convenient. All right, Anson, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's what I get what you're saying, but still, I mean,
Alan, you made the assertion that it was just because there were democratically elected representatives who made these decisions, right? So you're basically making a moral ought claim using an appeal to majority fallacy because saying that something is right.
Hold on, one at a time.
I'll listen.
Saying that something is right because a majority of people created it doesn't make it right, right? So if that were true, then the number of years that we had slavery in the United States would have been morally correct for us to have had slavery because we had democratically elected people making those decisions, right?
Yeah, let me reiterate that. No, I'm not saying it on a moral level because I disagree with it. That was I do disagree with it. I didn't vote in 2020. I would not have supported that at all. So I'm not saying that it was morally right. I'm saying that legally it was okay, and that's all. So unfortunately, yes, in the framework of our country, this glorious country and the way that we elect people, and I fucking love. No, let me finish. I love this country. Unfortunately, sometimes we do stupid shit legally. So yeah, I don't agree with slavery. Who fucking does? I think that slavery is horrific. Unfortunately, it was legal. Oh, I can't say that. Okay, I don't agree.
I said I do, but I'm just kidding.
Okay, I don't know. Let me finish. Let me finish. I do not agree that stuff was okay. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not going to say it's fortunate that they did this, but I mean, the way that our country works, they were legally allowed to do that at the time.
Are you sure, Alan? You keep saying that like these democratically elected officials get to make the law that lets them do that.
Yeah, they do because we voted them in.
No,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
Are you sure?
That's how America works. That's how we're doing this.
Guys,
I don't agree with everything Trump does, but I don't go around saying that it's illegal every time he does something I don't agree with.
Are you sure it was legal, Alan?
Let's get Morty a treat real quick and let CT cook. Shout out to Unwanted Foe with the $2 make you.
Oh, did they? Oh, nice. Fuck the Commanders.
Important news. The Cowboys whooped the Commanders. Oh man, I was a Jets fan, so I am very, very, very glad to not care about.
Fucking hate the Commanders. Thank you for that.
Thank you so very, very much, making you the sole sponsor
of
the stream. Thank you so very, very much, brother. Let's go back to CT.
Yeah, CT. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, dude. I'm getting a little fired up.
I want to say one thing, and I'm the first person that does this in the Discord chat, so I'm guilty of it too. But there's 6 people up here right now, and we're on YouTube, so we gotta not interrupt each other. We gotta let each person talk. This is a 6-person panel show. But what I was saying is, you keep saying that the democratically elected people made the laws, and we have to follow them. Which if I do think our democratically elected officials, are scandalous in nature. I think, not even talking about the presidency, but if you look at local races, they're scandalous. There's gerrymandering. We can't trust just because they're democratically elected means they're like the best person. But your principle is right. They're the elected officials. They get to make the law. But then I just posted the law in the chat, and it says very clearly that what they did was not the law. They used a loophole that I would say is not well defined. But then
I'm reading through it. I'm reading through it right now on my own phone, and it says the Attorney General gets to decide.
And yeah, what I will say also is I haven't read this whole thing because it's super long, but
it is, and I'm not gonna read it.
It does kind of go into the nitty gritty details that we're talking about here. So the law is written, and I do think that, just right here, conviction of aggravated felony. For purpose of clause of the subparagraphs A, an alien who has been convicted of an aggravated felony shall be considered to have been convicted of a particular serious crime. And by that, it kind of removes them.
No, let him finish. Let him finish. What's the rest of that? I didn't hear the last part.
It's Part B, special rules. Under exceptions, Part B, special rules, offenses. So even small things like that, like if someone was convicted of a crime or a felony, they should no longer be eligible. That's the whole thing.
So for purposes of clause 2, subparagraph A, an alien that has been convicted of an aggravated should be considered to have convicted. Right, that doesn't say that they should automatically be banned. It just says that they have to present that during their asylum case.
Hold on, everybody's gonna stop because I'm fucking lost as shit and I'm getting bored. What point is trying to be made here?
That's a good question, actually.
I think Alan's appealed the authority of saying that, well, just because the president said it means it's okay is not how this country works. I think.
No, I agree. I 100% agree with you. But it unfortunately is legal. Until it is found illegal in a court of law, it is still legal. So they haven't found it. The loophole hasn't been found legal yet. So fuck it. They're not illegal immigrants.
That's not true. That's not true, Alan. You have read the Constitution, right? If people are violating our sovereignty and our government, whoever that may be, the president or whoever, and they're not upholding our sovereignty and they're not doing that, are they acting illegally?
Yeah, I would say that they are.
Alan, I want to test your logic.
Hold on, Alan. So you agree? So if Joe Biden's administration is not protecting our sovereignty by keeping out illegals or people out of this country who should not be here, is he acting illegally against our country's interests by not protecting our sovereignty?
Once again, I don't agree with the policy. I'm just saying that technically,
I'm not asking about the policy. I'm asking about the Constitution. If he is not protecting our sovereignty, and he's allowing these people in, is he acting illegally against the interests of our country?
Yeah, if he actually is acting against the Constitution. Unfortunately, I'm sure you haven't read the entire Constitution either. The people that do that are the Supreme Court judges. If they indict good old Biden on it, I'll say, hey, fuck them.
Yeah,
I've read the Constitution a few times.
That was a nice pivot. I'll give you that.
It was an appeal to authority, is what it was. He does that repeatedly.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm not even saying that they're in the right. I'm saying that they did it, so you can't call them illegal immigrants. That's all. And it's only 32,000 people per year, give or take. So, it's not like it's the asylum seekers specifically.
So, Alan, you have a job. Do you have a job?
I do.
Are you? I'm not trying. If you don't answer, that's fine. Do you have a family?
Yes.
Well, I mean, like a wife and kids specifically.
Oh no! I'm no.
Yeah, I'm 35 and single too. No, I'm not. So the reason I asked those specific questions, and then before I asked about what state you live in, is that I was very, kind of on your side. Like I said before, I came into politics as a never Trumper because liberal was the default. The Republicans were the bad guys, and all that stuff. But I realized that by living in New Jersey, that I have a very easy time opposing things like guns, coming down on illegal immigration, all these things, because they don't directly affect me. You say it's only 32,000 people. Like, that's a lot of fucking people, dude. We don't have enough. All these people are either taking jobs and or taking tax dollars. And I mean, resources are finite. So you can't say only 30,000 people.
That's a really fair point. That's a really fair point. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
And then you say 32,000 people a year.
No, that was as much of an estimate as the guy that said it was 10 million.
Yeah, but my point being is that you extrapolate that to maybe the last decade, where we've seen this, basically going back to the Obama administration, where we saw the illegal immigration and asylum really start to boil up. It's like 300 to 500,000 people on a loose estimate.
Okay, I'm with you, man.
So then that gets into like a percentage of the population.
Alan doesn't like to do his own research. That's why he's throwing out.
I'm doing my own research. Oh, okay. There's no need to insult me now, Adam.
Well, you're insulting me, sir.
I'm doing this in good faith, boys. I'm surrounded by 5 people that.
We've got like a 5-on-1. So
I am surrounded by 5 people that adamantly disagree with me, and I'm trying to talk to all of them. There's no reason to insult me. Come on, I'm doing the thing that you guys say that everyone's scared of doing.
Well, it's only 32,000, right, Alan? It's only 32,000.
Okay, maybe that was a shitty thing to say.
Hold on. Real quick though, I don't.
Can you go back to me after you? I didn't get to finish, but go ahead.
I don't mean to put Trey on the spot, but we know you are a little bit more liberal. I know you have certain opinions about this immigration stuff. Where do you fall on the idea that somebody could come in and say, "Oh, asylum," even though they know that they're not going to get that asylum? And then we'll go to CC.
I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess growing up in Texas, I've always dealt with illegal immigrants, I guess. So I mean, has there been an influx of more? Yes, but for me, I guess living in it and being around it my whole life, it doesn't feel like a lot of my life has changed. I think, and this is where my, I guess Black power side brain comes in. Whereas when you say they're leaving countries and passing through other countries to get here, we're also talking about a lot of countries that the U.S. helped destabilize. So
Literally, that
we
was
get to a certain point. But I'm just saying. So when you're saying leave a country and go to the next country, we're also dealing with a country that is probably just as bad as the country they're already leaving, partially due to us. But at the same time, if you're going to come say asylum, then I feel like you must go through the whole process. Or otherwise, you're just illegal.
That was literally gonna be the next thing I said, Trey, was and
that's a good point, Joey.
In kind of
Joel, whatever.
In kind of Alan's defense of I get it. A lot of these people, when we're talking about South America, Venezuela, other Central American countries, they're coming here usually because there's been like a full socialized breakdown of their government, and then you look in what the CIA's been doing for the last 20 years, and they kind of start to overlap. So,
I hate the CIA more than anybody. I'll talk about that shit. Ooh.
Yeah. Before we go down that rabbit hole, Trey,
I have a thing. First of all, thank you guys for educating me a little bit more on this. Much appreciated. CT, thank you for being respectful, man. It's nice talking with you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
No, we always appreciate discourse. It's just got to be like back and forth and not like yelling over each other.
I feel it. Thank you. I just have one thing. Because I'm not a big crime fan. And I think that if someone
I fucking love crime.
Big fan of crime.
I'm just joking. Yeah.
All right, I just have a question for you guys because I asked Indian Jesus this earlier, and I can't stay on for too long. I still got some stuff to do. I gotta take a fucking. Anyway, I'm just so I guess I'd say that I'm more liberal than most people that I like grow up around that I hang out with. We have some good debates and stuff, or maybe not even debates, but just good conversations. And the latest conversation topic that I've been having, and I've just been meaning to want to ask people that may not agree with me on a lot of things this question.
Hey,
Because
join the Discord, brother.
a lot of my friends, yeah, no, I might, dude. Actually, I probably will. I will say this though. All of my friends have not been able to answer this question, so hopefully you guys can be the first, as well as the last three call-in shows that I've called in the last 3 days. No one's been able to answer this, so if you guys can answer this question, I'll be really happy. And this is not a gotcha. This is a serious thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. What were those felonies? Because you voted for him after he was convicted. What were the felonies? Just quickly.
I can answer this if you'd like.
Yeah, don't look it up. Just say it off the top of your head. If you know this, then fuck yeah, man. Awesome.
Yeah, he was convicted of using the initial conviction, I believe, was of using funds from his campaign to pay off a porn star to keep her quiet. But payments were made in small amounts over a period of 34 payments.
Yes.
And they used that to try to say he has 34 felonies, even though it was out of the time. It was past the prosecution time.
Statute of limitations. Yeah, I know. I agree. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you for answering that.
They were
Fuck
completely
yeah, man. You're the only one that's been able to say anything on it. Jesus
Well, but why
Christ.
do you think that is, Alan? Why do you think that is?
I think that a lot of people saw either so everyone that I've talked to
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but I just want to say everyone that I've talked to either immediately deflects and doesn't. They say I'm not sure, but it was a witch hunt. They say that they didn't look into it because they already knew they were going to vote for Trump, so they just didn't find out. Or they said that they just had no idea at all what they were about, which just comes off as odd to me for people that adamantly support a fella and his policies and everything that he does.
I was the first one to answer it. I was the first one.
You were literally the first person to ever. And also, I just wanted to say this, that, yeah, you're right. It's not that big of a deal, but the statute of limitations is what got him from not going to jail.
Right.
So,
let's
but it doesn't mean they
hold on, Lex, please.
Let's go ahead on this notion.
No, Lex, please. Let me
have one thing. I'm trying to fucking talk about my own show. Go, you.
Well, it's about his question.
Go, just go.
It shouldn't have been a felony because in order to be a felony, there has to be a secondary charge attached to that initial charge. So the original charges are misdemeanors, and they never did attach a secondary charge.
So why is it? I mean, but like in his criminal trial, yeah, you might not agree with the fact that it should have been a misdemeanor, but like it was classified as a felony, so he's technically a felon.
The law, and the reason. So I want to go back.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you might not agree with the ruling, but he is a felon, and a lot of people didn't even know that.
So then
before they voted for the guy.
You got to go back to Lutch. It's his show. Go back to Lutch. Lutch.
So you're talking about how people were like, well, they just didn't care and voted for Trump anyway. Why do you think that is?
Because I think they made up their mind. I think that can we agree at the very least? It doesn't even matter if you agree with the fella or if you like the biggest MAGA in the world or the biggest detractor. He does lie a lot. He makes a lot of really big hyperbolic claims.
Why don't you answer the question, Alan? Why did they vote
Adam, I'll tell you. I think that a lot of people that voted for him and are adamantly supporters really only get their information from him or the people that he supports. And I think that can lead to misinformation. And I think that led a lot of people to hear. And I think that led to a lot of people here say, he said it was a witch hunt, so they just immediately were like, oh, it's a witch hunt, I'm not going to look into it. That's my answer. That's my answer.
Alan, you gotta hold on. We're 6 people here, so just stick with me.
Sorry, I was just trying to answer the question.
You're good, brother. But we're if I jump in, I'm jumping in for a reason. I've been sitting here quietly and let you guys go, but if I jump in, it's for a reason. So the original question was, why do you think people decided to vote for Trump anyway? And you're saying because they followed misinformation and didn't care. that is the question that I'm asking you. What do you think is the reason? What do you think is the misinformation that people got that decided, even though Donald Trump has 34 felonies, I'm going to vote for him over Kamala Harris? What do you think the mindset of that was?
So I think the mindset either comes down to just ignorance, which is fair. There's no law against ignorance in this country. You can vote for whoever you want, no matter how much information you have. That's just the way that the country is. So I'm not going to say that it's, like, that they're wrong necessarily. I think that it either comes down to they got all of their information about the trial from Trump, his social media accounts, and the people that are directly supporting of him, or they heard from him saying specifically that it was a witch hunt, and they said, okay, he's right, it is a witch hunt, I'm not going to look into it because I don't need to. When they probably should have, because once again, CT, you were the first person to be able to answer that question. I think that's astounding. That's like 20 people that are like Adam wearing the MAGA hat that didn't even know what he was tried for. They didn't even know. They don't know the difference between the felony or the misdemeanor. They didn't have even an idea.
But see,
you know what I'm saying?
The reason I'm asking these questions, Alan, is because I'm trying to get you to look at it from outside of your own perspective. There clearly 70 million people, whether they knew what the felonies were or not, saw, okay, he's got all of these felonies, and still, I'm going to vote for him. And the reason for a lot of us is because there is no fucking way that we believed that Kamala Harris would do better for America.
You're damn right.
Yeah, and I'm that's totally fine, and I appreciate your opinion. I respect the fuck out of it.
7 now.
That's fine.
7.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't have that opinion. I'm just saying that, is it okay? So like, I'm just asking you if it comes out that this auto pen shit was real and blah 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 blah, and he was doing it illegally, and Obama was controlling him from the public. Even though there's not really any evidence about that yet, maybe there will be evidence comes out that Obama is controlling Biden or whatever the fuck, and they find out that that's illegal. I will immediately say, wow, I voted for a criminal. Maybe that wasn't the best decision. And unfortunately, everyone that I've talked to so far goes, I didn't know it was that. I didn't know what it was about, but I still voted for him.
Okay,
and I feel like that's just being misinformed.
We're going to throw it to CT, and then we're going to bring Guam Ticket.
That's the definition of being misinformed, though. And I don't like misinformed voters.
I got one more thing, and then we're going to go to CT, and then we're going to bring Guam Ticket.
So
I'm trying. Hold on. You first, and then you. And so I'm trying to. Do you think that if every president in U.S. history had the exact same level of legal scrutiny as Donald Trump, that all of them would have 0 felonies?
What do you mean?
Do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Biden.
Oh, like if they committed. I get what you're saying.
They had the same level of legal scrutiny that there would be 0 felonies on any of them.
No, a lot of presidents have committed a lot of crimes.
All right, so now we're establishing that this is something that presidents do. They are not.
But I don't think it's good, and most of them don't get a second.
They're not voting for somebody who's going to be nice and comfortable with. I'm not looking for somebody to babysit. I'm not looking for somebody to teach me how to do life the right way or anything. I'm looking for somebody who can lead a nation. We've now established that, of course, anybody who's going to be running for president has probably committed some kind of felony somewhere. And that is a disqualifying factor only for Donald Trump.
Somebody's breathing heavy.
Alan, why is that only? Why is that relevant for Trump?
Oh, so I don't think it's only for Trump. That's not what I said. I said that I find it interesting that. So you're saying that, most presidents, I would say, probably have done some shady shit, but every single one of them had not been convicted publicly.
Why does
so
Why
I find it
Why
odd.
does that change it? Why is that different? Because
what do you mean? Dude, CT. I could say, hey, CT is a. I'm not going to say that word. CT right now is a PDF file, and you shouldn't listen to him. Are you going to just immediately stop listening to him because there's no conviction, there's no evidence about it? I'll only believe them if there's evidence about it. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Don't put that.
If I said that, I mean, like,
So I'm going to talk to CT. This is the fundamental difference between what is "quote unquote" left and right is a trust in the establishment versus a distrust in the establishment. You say, well, the judge said so, therefore, and we are saying that's not how it works. And COVID was the definitive proof that the establishment will lie. So hold on.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, the establishment does lie a lot.
Let me. Yeah. I mean, so there's a lot said in the last 5 minutes, and I think I think you agreed with Lutch when he was saying that presidents are all criminals. I think anybody that gets that high up in politics, by nature, you have to scram a couple eggs. They are all criminals, and even some of our greatest presidents. Look back at JFK. The Kennedy family made their money from prohibition. They were bootleggers.
Yes, they did.
They sold alcohol. Even look back at Obama. He killed a couple U.S. citizens from a drone strike, and just a couple, not a lot.
Yep.
But he killed U.S. citizens with drone strikes. Was Obama ever raked over the coals and called a felon? No.
Yes, actually, he was. A lot of people still call him an illegal immigrant.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
No, he was though. He still is.
Not. Well, he is in our circles, but not on CNN.
Yeah, but on Fox News, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, because
come on now, man. That doesn't.
Land plane, and then we're gonna go to Blumberg.
But I guess what I'm curious about you, because you keep saying you agree with us, and I can tell you kind of like know your stuff. The original part of this whole conversation was about asylum seekers, and the whole topic of this video is about the No Kings protest.
Yeah, no, we got on a tangent before everyone else joined.
Yeah, well, no,
My bad on that.
We here now.
I'm just curious about like you think Trump's a felon because these 34 counts that were out of the timeline and should have been misdemeanors because there wasn't any secondary charges, but the media said he's a felon, so you trust everything the media says, or not, maybe not everything, but
okay, yeah, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
You can say you don't trust the media, but you trust what the media said about Trump. So,
I trust reading the documents so I can make sure that I was well prepared to talk about this with people.
Yeah,
that's why I've been calling in and talking with my friends about it, because I actually read through the shit. And yeah, you're right. Maybe it was a little, but it wasn't illegal. Like maybe a little crooked. And yeah, even if he did,
you mean what Trump did wasn't illegal?
He used business and campaign funds to pay off a porn star. That's not exactly the most moral thing. That sucks. That sucks. And the fact that most people don't even know that that's what it was about is
okay. We've established that
me.
Presidents will do bad things. Let's bring in Guamtech.
That's not what we established at all.
Welcome to the party.
I didn't get there.
What have you got for us? I'm Guam.
Not much. I'm going to be going through a bad area here in a minute.
All right, just go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to be going through a bad area in a minute, so give me a minute. I'll be right back on.
Oh, okay.
Ohio ain't got no signal.
Can I have a stab at Alan?
So, yeah, CT and Alan been going back and forth. Does anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I agree with you that like there is a problem with like the electoral system, like where people will not know who they're voting for. It's not just at the top with Trump though; it's all the way down, right? Like the turnout for elections in the democratic system that we have is really poor for local elections. People don't know who their state representatives are. Right. It's a problem. It's a problem with allowing people to vote. Right. It's not a problem necessarily with who we're voting for. It's just that people, they don't deserve the right to vote. That's what that's why Trump is so revolutionary. Right. He's brought into the forefront the idea that we should have kings. Right. And so I'm very supportive of that as a monarchist. And so
you actually like the king
wait,
stuff.
Wait. Hold on.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't talked to someone that said that in a minute.
Yeah,
I'd love to chat with you about that.
That's one of the craziest fucking things I've ever heard.
Yeah, I've never heard that in my life. I would really like to get into that.
Wait, I missed that. Wait, what was the crazy thing? I missed it. Sorry.
He said that he's a monarchist and that Trump should be a king.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
Buddhist man.
So you think that
that's a bit much, boys.
You actually think that the Trump dynasty is a monarchy because, or at least you want it to be, and that you don't want an electoral system at all?
Well, no, I don't think Trump has the balls to do what needs to be done to become a monarchist. I think it's all overblown propaganda. Him being even mildly reactionary towards the left has caused them to go crazy and call him a king. Right, but I just enjoy having the conversation.
Anson, I don't think that you probably are less American in your political views than a lot of these illegal immigrants. Then shit, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Let me take this.
Shit,
So hold on. So you,
Anson, you're
hold on. Let Anson respond. That was a direct attack. That you're less American than the illegal immigrants. Anson.
No. I want to ask him a question about what you just said. He said.
Anson, can you please answer me? Why is you not believing in democracy worse than an asylum seeker getting in here through a loophole?
Well, you're the one that's appealing to democracy as your moral compass because you've basically replaced any kind of obligation for personal morality with appeal to majority in democracy. It's basically infected you and made you incapable of doing anything except appeal to authority because it's immoral.
So you think that me appealing to democratically elected officials is automatically wrong, but you appealing to a fucking monarch ordained by God is better?
Yeah, I don't
you appealing
think
to one person and me appealing to thousands of democratically elected officials.
I don't
you think that I'm the worst one?
Yeah, I don't think that people have the moral agency or ability to be able to govern themselves. I think it's morally corrupting.
There's a reason we got rid of. We fought against a monarchy to get our independence.
You've gotten lots of propaganda over the years about how awful it is, and you've
propaganda
been
by Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and George Washington and every other president we've ever had. The propaganda from our entire country? Yeah. Well, no. Let me get in on this. Whoa. I'm getting that's insane.
If it's guys, I don't know if Alan's
propaganda. You're calling it propaganda that every single U.S. president, every single one, every single founding father, every single person that died in the American Revolution, that was just propaganda, and we should go back to the monarchy. And you call yourself an American? The backbone of our country is democracy. What the fuck are you talking about, buddy?
I'm on Alan's side now. You just said
something. Everybody stop real quick. Whoever's Lamort, I don't recognize your name, so if you could just cam up backstage for me. But I just got to see that you're not gonna.
I just want to ask one question to Hampton, because he said something clear. You said Trump. You don't think Trump has the balls to do what needs to be done. What do you think needs to be done?
Well, I think that he needs to do what Bukele did in El Salvador and basically dissolve the Constitution. I mean, it's an irrelevant document anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're getting wacky. CT, we're getting wacky, buddy.
You just said we need to dissolve the U.S. Constitution?
Yeah, well, it's irrelevant anyway. I mean, we don't follow
it. You're fucking insane. The U.S. Constitution is the greatest piece.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you love the piece of paper. You love the piece of paper. It's magical incantations.
Okay. Let's go. So,
now we're getting extreme. Now we're getting somewhere.
Anson, so what? Because I'm with the rest of it. I am not looking for a king. I trust the government, or rather, I don't trust the government enough that giving some divine type of power is insane to me. So, what do you think would be better about America if we were a monarchy?
Well, people would be able to live their lives free of all of this that we're having to deal with right now, where we're basically distracted all the time with all of this nonsense about how we're being governed, and we can actually live our own lives again instead of being slaves to this massive bureaucratic system that we've created, because we're basically all agents of our own binding, right? Because we're allowed to vote, we're constantly voting ourselves more wealth that other people earn. Right, it's a decadent system.
But
hold on.
No, I got a question for Anson. I have one. Sorry, CT.
So
I got skipped twice.
Hold on.
Oh, you're right.
Go to Trey.
Yeah, let's go Trey, and then Guamtech said he's good again. We'll go Trey, Guamtech, and then whoever else wants to jump in.
I'm in.
Okay.
Cool.
I have so much to say right now.
We got time, brother. We got time.
Okay, so one, do you believe that if the majority of the constituents don't believe in that monarchy, we are allowed to overthrow that monarchy, correct? We can overthrow it, right?
No, you can leave.
So we can't overthrow the king.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Anson, I love you, Anson. I want to give you a kiss. Oh my god, you people still exist. This is insane.
Hold on.
Okay, so Trey, you asked the question, and he gave you an answer.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He flabbergasted me.
Flabbers are
For sure.
gasted. Flabbers are gasted. But I
I
think
would
that's
start.
a good. I think that's a good place to jump into. Kind of move away from just illegal aliens and like what exactly do you mean that we wouldn't be able? How is that? Okay, better question. What is the improvement on the ability of the citizen to create the government that they want under monarchism or monarchy versus communism?
It's not the obligation of the average person to worry about that sort of thing. That's indoctrination that we've all been fed. We would be much happier if we didn't have to worry about things like that.
Okay.
How so?
Thank you, Anson.
Well, right. So all of this consternation and anger and riling up every 4 years. Do you think that people are psychologically more healthy because of that, or do you think that they'd be psychologically more healthy if they didn't have to live their life like that anymore?
I think they would be
Anson, I have a question. I'll answer your question. Would you? All right. So New King just got put in
By the way,
power.
Alan. I think like just because I'd be happier being a heroin addict, but that doesn't mean that I'd go back to that life. But let's bring in Guam Tech. He's back in good area, Guam Tech. What you got for us, brother?
I've got to get drink.
Fox boys.
Yeah. All right. I was waiting for everybody else to stop talking. Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me now. Is that any better?
Ohio
I
has no
agree,
signal.
Waco Mind. Thank you, Waco Mind.
Well, we can hear you. Yeah, I just want to basically kind of clarify a little bit on why so many people ended up voting for Trump.
So many people what?
Holy shit.
Mhm.
Well, that sounds like a good reason. We can't hear you, dude.
So can I ask one last question to get a better
Guam Tech,
understanding?
just try to jump in again when you can. Okay, yeah, Trey.
So are we breaking this back up, or is it one king for all 50 countries? I mean, for all 50 states.
Yeah,
Or
I
are we
mean,
breaking this back up?
yeah. I mean, the way that it worked in Europe when actually there were long-term monarchies, there were small principalities, right? And people had freedom of movement between those. That's why I said if you don't like it, you can leave, right? If you don't like the king that you're the subject of, then go to a different kingdom, and you'll eventually find some place where you feel comfortable, right?
All right, I got a question for you, Anson.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm with you. Maybe I'm not with you, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, hold on. Wait. Trey,
What happens if the country that we try to go to doesn't grant us asylum?
Wait, Trey, did you finish your line of questioning?
Well, I had a rebuttal, but it's fine. I can let
No,
everybody else
go
go.
ahead. You've been sitting quiet. Go ahead.
Well, so my again, it goes back to the original question: are we not allowed to overthrow? Because if majority of us isn't happy with this, are you saying that we all should just leave that area? Do we not get the right to overthrow it? Because if we're going to go off Europe, France overthrew their monarchy. England did it a few times. I mean, the president's been set. If we're going to go back to monarchy, that we are allowed to overthrow this.
Yeah.
So
And
how all of a sudden do we get the notion of we need to leave?
Yeah. So there's like some
someone's
reverb
echoing.
coming in.
CT, I think you're echoing, dude.
CT, will you mute it?
No, but it's better. We're good. Sorry, I just wanted to let him know before the.
I just cracked a beer. My bad.
No, you're good. CT, my bad, brother.
Yeah. So
enjoy that Guinness.
What you're talking about, Trey, is the problem with post-enlightenment thinking and people thinking that they have like individual liberties and nonsense like that, right? And so it's kind of like a brain and it's like a brain infection, right? It's like a social contagion, like the Skittles are, and all the other social contagions we're dealing with today. Like if people went back to an understanding of how they fit into a hierarchy and that their life would actually be better living in a hierarchy instead of being radical individuals, then they would be fulfilling their highest purpose and best good, right? Like this whole notion that you should like live your life towards your own individual pleasure leads to the problems that we have now. And as for how monarchy,
Anson, I got a question for you, buddy. Can I say something real quick, CT?
Well, hold on.
I just want to ask.
CT, and then Alan.
Okay, that's cool.
So to that argument of saying you think that we're just living off our own impulses and that leads to the downfall of society. So if we were under a monarchy, So I guess my question is, what about the Constitution or the Bill of Rights would you want changed? Like, where do you think the problem lies? Do you think it's the search and seizure part, where like people should be allowed to be like search and frisk and have the government steal their shit? Or do you think it's like the freedom of speech, where like we shouldn't be allowed to say what we want, like having this free discourse on this YouTube channel right now? Because this wouldn't, just to be clear, this would not exist under a monarchy. This
that's not necessarily true. Not all monarchs were despots.
That's absolutely true.
No,
because
that's propaganda that you've received.
No, dude, no, stop. Because there's one guy in here that's talking about the downfall of Trump, and you're saying Trump should be a king. Do you think if Trump was
I didn't say Trump should be a king.
He doesn't have the balls to do the thing to become a king, though. That's what you said.
He lacks.
So hold on, but this is part of the freedom part. This is part of the non-having a monarchy, is that we're actually on a YouTube channel having the free discourse. So do you think this is the problem? Do you think we shouldn't be allowed
I don't think most people are well served by spending their life thinking about these sort of things. Yeah, I think this is a problem.
Okay, Anson, I got a
Well,
thing.
then get the fuck off the channel.
Anson, I have a question for you.
All right,
and this is going to be my last thing, because I can't comprehend this. I don't think that my brain can comprehend this. I'm
That's
sorry.
good for you.
Jesus, I'm seeing your face
That's
right
good
now, and
for
I
you.
think that we're on the same page.
Definitely.
I'm serious that my brain's broken. I love you, Anson. I want to give you a hug. I want to like smell your beard. I need to know that you're a real person. Okay. Anson, is Anson Knowles your real name?
Probably not. It's fine.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. I guess I'm asking, so the way that monarchies have always worked, the reason why monarchies always fail is because it usually ends up being some incompetent asshole that ends up being a king, creating a hard time, and then suppressing free speech. No, don't you know me? Listen to me, listen. Let me say something.
Let him finish answering, and then you.
Let me say something. Okay, so you're saying that if a monarchy, so hypothetically, if we were to dismantle the Constitution, completely kill it, and my dad ends up becoming king, right? And he says that oh my god, and everyone's so happy, and Mr. Allen Sr. is having a great time, and everyone's being so nice to each other, and you're right. It fixed the world, and everyone's so happy. And then he dies, and then I'm king now, and I decide to pass the Anti-Anson Knowles Act, in which you get beheaded immediately. Unfortunately, under your framework, that's totally legal, and you just got beheaded because you're a fucking idiot. Do you agree with that? Would you like me being a king?
Yeah, I agree that your logic there is sound, that people who aren't elites shouldn't be in charge, right? And that
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, this is a whole other thing.
Oh my god!
That was.
Hold on. Let's stick with the.
Wait, no, let me have another line of questioning then.
No, everybody stop. Everybody
One
stop.
second.
Adam, you've already admitted your brain's broke, dude. Let's just stop, okay?
Adam, you're being very mean to me. I don't know why you don't like me so much.
Everybody shut the fuck up. So let's stick with the question that's on the table. Anson, would you be in favor of Allen becoming a king?
No, he's not an elite. He doesn't deserve that right. He doesn't have the pedigree and birthright.
Okay, so then Joe Biden technically has the pedigree and birthright.
No, why would that fool have it?
Because he's an elite.
No, he's not.
Obama is an elite.
He's the shit that rode to the top in democracy. That's not an elite.
Okay, so then Obama definitely is an elite. He makes enough money.
I
He
got
had
an idea.
political
Why
power.
don't we vote on it? Why don't we vote on it?
Yeah, see, these are the people that do vote for Trump, and I don't like that. I can't comprehend
Just
this.
one question. I'll be short. So we're talking about elites, and let me take it out of politics. If you think that Trump is an elite and he deserves the monarchy, the second question is: do you think Bill Gates should be the monarchy?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, that's a good question. That's a good question. Anson, can you answer it?
Stop. That's going to go in a whole other direction. We have a very pointed conversation about monarchy versus what we have.
He just said the elites should be the monarchy.
Right. So then the question
about other
is,
elites.
how do we determine who is elite and who is not elite? That is the question we need to be answered.
Anson, can you answer that?
Yeah.
Anson, yeah. Who decides who's what's elite?
Yeah. So the Symphonia, the church would ordain the king.
The church? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, let's go with it. Why? Okay, fair. Why would the church go? Why would the church?
Well, because they have the moral authority.
According to who?
According to God.
According to the church, unfortunately. The church has the authority according to the church.
Hold on. Did we prove God's
This is great.
No,
Should we prove God's existence?
No, I'm an atheist.
So what are you appealing to? Think that you don't believe it? I'm an atheist too.
No, I'm appealing I'm appealing to the system that existed and worked very well prior to the
If
Enlightenment
it worked so
period.
great, why did everyone overthrow it? Why did everyone even dismantle?
Because
Anson, then the question, then you're raising, not begging, raising the question: why the fuck don't you get the fuck out?
Yeah, go move to Saudi Arabia, dude. You'll love it there. Oh, you'll be so happy in the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
As a king, I'm not even saying go to something bad.
No, those are the only monarchies left, boys. We're only going to the Middle East. The only ones we have left in the Middle East. Go have fun.
Guys,
I can answer that.
Question.
Anson, please answer.
Why do you not go live in somewhere that has a like the UK?
Yeah, because I'm a heritage American. My family fought in the Revolutionary War. I've been here for very, very, very long time. I love my country.
Hold on.
I love my country, and I hate seeing what.
Up, please. Can we let each other talk? Anson, I am sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, I hate seeing what the people have done to the founding. Right, the Articles of Confederation after the Revolutionary War that my ancestors fought for was basically usurped by the Constitution, and the coup that was done by Alexander Hamilton and George Washington was a bastardization of what my ancestors fought for. Right, and I'm disgusted by the Constitution, and I think that it's immoral. Right.
So you have just to be clear, you have the heritage in America. So you want. And you think that monarchy is better, so you want America to become a monarchy.
Yeah, I think that the revolution was a really good idea.
I think that's silly, but fair enough.
Yeah, I think the revolution was a really good idea, but we failed at it, and we should go back to monarchy because we failed so spectacularly.
Okay. Thank you, Anson.
Alan.
Yeah, can I go after CT? Thank you.
In the now.
I'm sorry, let me just gather my thoughts. So much I'm back there.
Okay, so why don't you gather your thoughts, and Alan, you go ahead.
Okay.
Alan, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think we're all just as flabbergasted here.
Yeah,
Anson, I really appreciate you speaking out on this issue. I'm serious. You were the first person to ever say that.
Why is that?
Craziest shit I've ever
Why
heard.
is that? I have about 250 years worth of history to tell you why that is.
No, you have about 250 years worth of programming.
Oh my God, I love you. You're so sweet. You're so fantastic.
Get a
You
load
are
of
the
this
you
guy.
are the stereotype. For the
Alan,
record,
if you can't actually refute what he is saying,
I will refute it. I will refute it.
I know.
I'm just saying that this is so sweet. I just find this interesting.
He's giving you logically sound statements that you may or may not agree with, but
wait, no, those logically sounds okay. Then I'll refute it.
Illogical. It is absolutely
Indian Jesus. I'll refute it. I'll do it.
If you believe that monarchy is great, and you believe that your American heritage is important to you, then what is illogical about wanting America to become a monarchy?
So I'll tell you, it's 100% an opinion you can have. I mean, this is that's why I'm just geeking so much, because this is a fun opinion. I've never heard this one before. So thank you, Joel. Appreciate it, buddy. Love you too. I will say this. If you count, you count all of American history as just programming because you disagreed with it. Adam, you shut the fuck up. Oh my God, Adam, let me talk.
Yeah, Adam, dog, you gotta.
I've literally been quiet.
Let me answer. I'll refute it. I'm getting there. Okay, I'm saying, so monarchies forever, unfortunately, Anson, maybe will be the first monarchy to actually work for the people. Monarchies typically, when they are ordained by God, they appeal to the church, and specifically the church first. It's happened every single time. It's why America even started. It was Protestants coming away, trying to get away. You understand that? The entire point of the revolution is that the monarchy started doing unfair things, and we didn't have any representation. Wait, no, let me go. So yeah, I would say that the way what. Our country was born because a monarchy was being unfair to us, so then we started a democracy, and then it turned out great.
Guys,
I'm answering what's the question? Okay, wait, what do you want me to say then? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The question to you, Alan,
I think
what is the problem with the logic that if Premise 1, I believe monarchy is the best. Premise 2, I care very much about my American heritage. Conclusion, I want America to become a monarchy. What is the break in logic there? I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to break down the logic.
The break in logic is there is literally no evidence to support that monarchies are better than democracies. That's the break in logic. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah, so for most of human history over the last 2,000 years, like we've been like led by monarchies or single families with hereditary rights, right? And there is a long history of benevolent monarchs.
It doesn't mean it's right.
There is a long history of benevolent monarchs, and monarchy is inherently more stable because it is a system of private property. And as a capitalist, I am in favor of private property. And when an individual doesn't own the state, there is a tragedy of the commons issue that occurs that's similar to what happened in the Soviet Union, where if you don't own something, then you don't really care about it. And if an individual owns the country, then they will care more about it because they have a hereditary title to pass on to their children. Unlike the temporary elected officials that we have now, who only care about skimming from the top and taking what they get for themselves and not really passing on to the next
Okay,
generation.
Anson, I have a follow-up question then. So in our framework, under a monarchy, the monarchy would be able to skim with no pushback. So what's stopping the monarchy from skimming as well?
Because it's theirs, they own it. How can they skim from something that they own?
We actually have a really long history amongst other monarchies of them doing exactly that, where they were saying that they would give it to the
Hold
people.
on, I will give you the floor. They're having a back and forth. Just chill the fuck out. Nobody's going anywhere.
I'm gonna leave pretty soon. Anyway. I gotta shut to
back and forth.
Let me just. I have one or two things left, and then I gotta go. So I'll just say them.
Then you told me to move it to Alan, so I'm trying to get it back. You're fine.
Hey, you're good. My bad, CT. I'll dip out in a second. You guys can have this lovely conversation on your own. So Anson, yeah. So if they own everything, so maybe they wouldn't skim because it's already given to them. So what is stopping them from taking everything from the people if they just felt like it?
Well,
because that's typically what started these revolutions.
Yeah, because generally what happened. Well, and see what happened with the revolution is that the democracy had already infected much of England because there was a parliament in place and it was causing problems for the leadership there. Right, so the democracy had already infected Britain and was causing problems. That's what happened with the American Revolution, right? So generally, what happens is if you own the country and you want to pass it on to your children, you're not going to do things that will upset your populace, and you will care about what they think, and you will make that a part of your decision-making process.
But what happens if the kid of the king that we put in power right now ends up being really selfish and ends up only wanting to help out the family? No one can stop him at that point. That's why,
right. And then
are you gonna stop him, Anson? If I become king?
No, generally,
are you gonna come and stop me?
Generally, those things are handled by the elites, the people who are in charge of being responsible for the government.
Define elites. What do you mean by the elites?
Yeah, what is an elite?
The landed people, the people who own the things, right? We're not supposed to own what we own. We're not supposed to have all the possessions we have.
The landed people. What is a landed person?
Yeah, like the Musks of the world.
You want Elon Musk to be an American king?
Well,
he's not even a full American. Whoa.
Just exactly.
Yeah, I think the point that
so
we're all
much
coming down on is that we just saw, and maybe you would argue that this is because we are not a monarchy, but what we just saw is that the establishment has, fucked us. I mean, we go back, the establishment has fucked us. And luckily, we've had some recourse. And even still, we're, not in a great position. And Trump was very clearly the best option. But, he's fucking shit up too. And so the question becomes, how do we determine that the person who is deemed elite is, in fact, appropriate for the job? That's what I'm not understanding.
It's not our responsibility to determine that. Like, I don't understand why you think that we have that.
But we all will be affected by it.
And whoever's responsibility it is, how do they import that responsibility? How do they do that?
Well, it's a birthright thing, right? So the church, it's the symphonia. The church gets together and decides who the king is, and the people with the land and the property, the majority of it, rule over you.
Okay, wait, Anson.
It's a feudal system.
I got it. And then we're going to CT, and then we need to bring Guam second. So
I'm gonna leave in like literally 2 minutes. Can I say my last piece?
Go for it.
No. I'm serious. Sorry, boys.
Wait, before you leave, I do have something to say, Alan.
That's fine, and I'll listen to you, Anson. Did you vote? Who did you vote for in this last election?
I can tell you who all I voted for like the past 20 years if you want. But in the last election, I voted for Trump. Prior to that, I voted for the Libertarian candidates.
Okay, yeah, cool. Thank you. So you voted for Trump?
Yeah,
Do you like
it was
this? No,
more
okay,
of a
going
vote
back to
against
the original
Kamala.
topic of the stream, what about the No Kings protest? Do you like them?
No, I don't really care. They're just a bunch of whiny
We're
libtards.
not going to go on a whole
Oh my
different.
god, dude.
So you're saying that you, as a monarchist who voted for Trump because what, you thought that he would get closest to a monarchy?
No, because I didn't like Kamala.
Yeah.
I thought Kamala was
So
nuts.
you just you participated in a system that you adamantly despise, and you think that the people that are protesting your views are just retarded libtards?
They're not
That's the only
protesting
thing you
my
have
views.
against them?
They're not protesting my views. They're just
They're
whining about
100%.
Trump because they're programmed to.
No, they're protesting the idea that people like you and people in that government actually do want to make him a king, and you're
People
saying
like-
that you would rather have a king.
You just said that I was the only person that you've met that's like me. How can you say people like me? I'm the only one, apparently.
No, I'm saying the first person that I've met. Unfortunately, there
Nah,
probably
yeah.
are a lot. Wait,
Right.
there probably
So
are a
who's
lot more than you. Being, I don't think you're the only
No.
person in this planet to think this way.
All right. So clearly, Alan, like many of us, don't think that this monarchy thing is a good idea. But
No, but I'm asking Anson, why do you disagree? Why do you think that the No Kings protest is libtards if they're
Alan, when are you supposed to be leaving?
and he has been waiting patiently. So let's. What you got?
My bad, boys. Sorry, I'm getting
Kings, immigration, monarchy, whatever it is, kick it off, brother.
No, I mostly wanted to come in, speaking of patience, and I want to point something out.
Yeah, what's up, man?
You have to practice a little bit of impulse control. I swear to God, every time I hear people talking over each other, it seems like there's just an incapability of being able to stop yourself from reacting emotionally when somebody said something. Take a moment. If the person is saying something stupid, let them bury themselves. If they're not saying something stupid, then give them enough fucking room to say it so that you know how to react properly. God damn, it is not that fucking hard. Just take a moment, fucking grab your feelies, put them back inside, let your fucking elephant be put back on the chain, and let the person speak. Then speak so that you don't come off as a whiny little baby.
Dilly,
Thank you, Guantech, you are completely right. I am getting a little too hyped up. Thank you for saying
It's
that. I
not just
appreciate you
you,
saying that,
man.
man.
I see this in a lot of different panels. I don't know what it is. I don't know if people's mommies and daddies didn't slap them in the fucking face when they started talking too much. People, just let others talk and then react. Please, for the sake
Word,
of
brother.
humanity and conversation.
Will do.
Well, I will say this: these aren't exactly organized debates, and I think that we get a little hyped. So fair enough.
So I appreciate all of that, Guamtech.
Thank you, Guamtech.
Anything specific on the topic? I know you've been waiting.
I mean, the whole monarchy thing, all of that, like, I'm sure people have plenty of fucking reason to believe that. That may work. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have an opinion on that. What I will say, though, just as far as Trump goes and people voting for him, I do want to mention that there were just a lot of people who are really fucking upset with the current system. So if you really want to go back to why I feel like most people voted for Trump, is because it was either a choice of system as is or the fucking sledgehammer. And whether or not you agree with the sledgehammer, I don't know. I think we've had plenty of fucking decades now to look at this all and say, we need something else. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, we need something else to fucking shake some shit up and hopefully move in some direction. Other than just the rich keep getting richer, the poor keep getting poorer, healthcare fucking sucks, people can't find a fucking job, and all of it's slowly crumbling away like it has been for the past 40 fucking years.
Dilly to that. I mean, damn.
I'm with you, brother. Goddamn. All right, I love it. All right, boys. I gotta go. It's been lovely. Sorry for talking over people. I'll probably be back at some point. Thank you for giving me your perspectives on these things. I really appreciate it, dude. All of you.
Absolutely. Do you have a channel or anything?
No, I don't. I like just bit of a lurker. I don't know. I've been taking it upon myself to kind of start understanding the other side and just get out of like the liberal echo chamber.
That's awesome.
And
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, but like, and Anson, unfortunately, you're not really making it my case any worse.
Well, I'm not a conservative, right? So,
But
like,
you
I
voted
consider
but you voted for Trump.
No, I voted against Kamala. There's a difference. I usually vote for third parties,
So just
right?
don't. So you don't like monarchies? Just don't vote in general, then, dude.
No. I have to
no voting in a
participate in the
monarchy.
system that was constructed against my will.
There's no voting in
Okay,
the
thank you, Anson. I hope to one day get to talk to you again. You are a wonderful human being. I hope
Yeah,
that you
dude,
do well.
Anson, I hope you come to the after party because there's
Yeah,
Can
have
I
a good time, boys. Love you.
All
thank you,
right,
Alan?
brother. Thank you so much for joining us. Real quick, Morty already got his treat, but I do think we need to read this out. Indie film with the $5. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Guys, if you didn't notice, I forgot to put the forgot to put a goal before, and I put a goal now. So if we hit that goal, then Morty gets all the rest of his treats. The problem with monarchy is that when it takes lands, titles, and lives.
Yeah, like democracy doesn't do that.
Oh, can I say something?
I do want to just say, actually, that was mostly all I wanted to say was just, guys, control your fucking elephants, and that'll be so much better for the conversation. I just really wanted to say that. So I got to drive again. Don't want to ruin the stream.
All right,
Bye.
brother, appreciate it. Peace out.
Drive safe, man. I'm gonna try to stop interrupting and try to just take Guam's advice and not. Anybody else want to talk, or can I talk?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First off, Andy, you made your point clear that you believe in a monarchy, but you also kind of flip-flopped and saying it should be Trump's monarchy, or then you said it should be divided by the elites. And then I asked you about the Constitution, and you didn't
I'm
say
not having. Yeah, I'm not having a conversation about saying that we need to like specifically have a monarch. Like I don't have one in mind. Like it's not my place to select the monarch.
Because in a monarchy, it's not your place, but in a democracy, it is our place.
Yeah, I'm forced to have that obligation hoisted upon me, and yeah.
So you're a cuck. You just want to be in the cuck chair in the corner and just let everything happen.
Hey yo, relax. What the fuck? Where did that come from?
I don't know why you think that.
Hold on, CT. CT, do you think that it is? Do you think it is outside the realm of logic for these lefties to want socialism?
Is it outside the logic to want it? No, they do want it.
Okay, but you and I, and I'm sure everybody here, very clearly is like, well, that wouldn't fucking work out. But we can't say that, we can't say that it is nonsensical to want socialism. It's just, in our opinions, and maybe factually, wrong. Why does that not apply? Why does that not apply to what Anson's saying?
So, the reason I jumped to cuck so fast is because he said he wants a monarchy, but then I asked, so who should be in the monarchy? And he said, I don't know. I don't have power to choose that.
Yeah, it's not my job.
So to me, that's kind of a cuck line.
Well, no, I mean that's like saying you should have like power and authority that you don't have, right? Like I'm not saying that I should be the monarch or that I'm one of the elites. I'm saying that like on a functional level, like monarchy is a more I guess optimal system.
Like the all the 100 billionaires or a couple 100 billionaires that are in the world, it should be their vote. So we should get all the guys that have
first of all, look, the whole assumption that monarchies are the best. Well, I mean, according to the last time I checked and this stuff, the American government is the longest standing government that we've ever had.
No,
it's okay.
So monarchies change. Look it up. Yeah, we're not the oldest country, but we are the oldest government.
No, the Russian monarchy lasted for hundreds longer years than the American current government does. Like we're a young government. I don't know where you got your idea from.
We're a young country, but not a young government.
How is the government older than the country?
No, Adam, our government is what 1776. It's like 300 something years old.
Kind of,
there's older governments.
Well, we're coming up on 250.
Right.
Real
And-
quick.
yeah, exactly.
I
Almost
did my math
500
wrong.
years. I mean,
So,
okay, so wait. Okay. So
But you
Adam,
guys keep calling
what
us
is the
you keep
significance?
calling
Let's
us a
go with
democracy.
let's
And,
say
and
that.
we're a republic.
Yeah, Adam. What's the significance of that?
it's
Go
a
on with
constitutional republic. We all know that.
hold
But
on.
it's not
So
a
Adam,
fucking monarch.
hold on. So Adam, let's say fine for the sake of conversation is the oldest government. What would okay, and then
Well. So Anson was saying like, well, monarchies create the most stable government, and I'm pushing back on that. I don't agree with that. And stuff. Monarchies change. Monarchies get overthrown.
you're covering your microphone. You're covering your microphone.
Am I covering my microphone? Can you not hear me?
Now you're good. Yeah.
No, Anson's just saying that monarchies are the most stable governments, and I'm pushing back on that, saying no, they are not, and stuff. And most governments change and stuff. But in essence, also we're not a democracy.
Hold on, real quick. I'll throw it back to actually, who the fuck even said it? But are we talking about longest constitutional republic? Is that what we mean? Is the longest?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah. So, my point is that we're a republic, and life doesn't get better just because you have a monarchy or you have an authoritarian system and stuff. The ideas that we have come from the philosophical concept of people being equal, and to create a government that is equal, and in our foundation to make a more perfect union. Doesn't mean they said, oh, we got it right from the beginning. They were talking about, hey, we need to continue to improve upon it. And so if we are looking at it, yes, things in our country need to change, but it doesn't mean that we need to go back to, let's go back to a monarchy, where you're still going to end up feeding the same situation of inequality.
Yeah.
So, a system that may create better equality, gets rid of more corruption, I would agree on. But monarchy doesn't equal, there's no inequality anymore.
Yeah, I reject the notion that egalitarianism is a positive good.
Real quick, so you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anson, can you say it one more time?
I reject the notion that egalitarianism is a positive good. You've made the assertion in your argument several times that equality is something that we should strive for, is even something that's beneficial and good for society. And I think that the attempt to make people equal is immoral.
I don't agree with you. I think when people say egalitarianism, though, they're specifically talking about the law, or maybe they're not. But if I was to use egalitarianism in a political context, I mean, not everybody is the same, like a DEI thing, but that the law is the law, and regardless of who you are, whether you're man, woman, short, tall, black, white, whatever, that the law is the law and it applies to you equally.
Yeah, what you just said we shouldn't use the law.
Hold on, CT, hold on. I'll throw it to you next. So you have a problem with that notion that everybody being treated equally under the law?
No, the way that he's making, he's making the assertion that everybody being equal and having an equal vote is good, right? And I'm saying that he's given me no proof of that assertion.
So who should have a less equal vote?
People shouldn't vote. That's the problem. Like we have people that are functionally, low IQ, low forehead people, canceling out the people who actually should be making decisions.
Well, first of all, I didn't say people should vote. But that's a whole other thing.
Well, that's baked into your assertion about Republican forms of government and equality.
Let's pause real quick. We're gonna get back into the assertion of having to vote or not, but really quick.
I'm done.
We got Box with the $5 hitting that goal coming through. Come here, Morty. Come on. Let's go. You want your food or not? Said America did the best after World War II when all of our competitors were rubble. Just a thought to dwell on. Very, very. Oh, who did we lose? I don't know. Anyway, thank you so very, very much, sir. All right. So, Adam, you were bringing up the saying you were saying that you never said that we had to vote. What can you go on
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I specifically said, first of all, we are not a democracy. We are a republic.
Oh my
And
God.
the point being is that you can read your Constitution just like I can, and nothing in there says that we are our democracy. It actually specifically says we're a republic, and that it is left to the states to decide how they elect or bring forth their senators. Read it. It's there. It doesn't say that. It says states shall decide or determine how they determine their electors or their senators and representatives and stuff. So, but the idea is not whether or not we should make people feel or think that they're equal. It is the concept that when people are held to be equal in our minds, that we will treat each other fairly.
Is that how it works though? Like, and what you're saying, like the assertion that, like, the Constitution says we're a republic, so we're a republic. Like, so that means we don't have universal franchise. Like, just because your magical piece of paper, the Constitution says something, doesn't mean that it is.
Well, that's with anything. Just because you say something doesn't make it true either.
Right. So we have rule by man and not rule by law. So what I'm saying is that our rule by man system should be one where the man has title to the country, so he actually cares about it, instead of it being dispersed amongst a large bureaucracy.
No,
And
it is.
basically we have an unelected class making rules anyway. So how about we just centralize that with one person instead of letting all these people make decisions for us?
So let me ask you this: do you think that a monarchy somehow or another that king makes every decision, or do you think that they have a court?
Oh yeah, they do.
They delegate these things to.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah.
Yeah. So where do you get the idea that a monarchy somehow or another gets rid of corruption, gets rid of the worst things that could happen to us?
I never said that.
Yeah, but you are espousing that monarchy should be what we should go to. So
yeah, on an individual level, it's better for the individual.
The net positive is for the everyday person.
Yeah. So the low forehead person working at Walmart, like, it doesn't have a better life because they're obligated to choose who their slave master is in Congress, right? Right. So just because you're granted something in the system doesn't mean that you benefit from it. You're basically just handed the shackles, right? You're enslaving yourself.
Let's take that example. The average person that works at Walmart, how is their life different under the system we have now versus your perfect monarchy?
They don't have to live with the delusion that they're actually making decisions about their own life, right? They can just
a lot of people want to make decisions about their own life.
Yeah, but so democracy is a lie that you can govern yourself, right? Like all of these people at Walmart think, oh well, I get to vote, so my life is better. But in reality, their life isn't any better. Like y'all have said repeatedly, the rich are getting richer. There's all sorts of problems, right? Like in a monarchy, they would be relieved of the obligation of lying to themselves about having control about their own destiny, right? Living a lie is really bad for you, morally.
I don't see. I mean, so if we're talking about morality, then
right,
then you're getting being forced to quote unquote be good is not morality. So, in my opinion, if we you don't just get perfection in any realm, and I think morality is included. And so, humanity as a species has to evolve into the best morality that we have. But being forced to do the right thing is not morality.
Right. So all of the people that are voting for basically through the system that we have now. You call it not a democracy, you call it a republic, whatever you want to call it, universal franchise, where you select people who basically make laws that make your life more comfortable. Right. That the system that we have is degenerating, as proof by our budget and our national debt. Right. So what I'm talking about is the fact that we have made really poor decisions collectively, as proof by the outcome. And what's going to happen eventually anyway is that the system will collapse and we'll get a monarch anyway. It's inevitable, right?
Perhaps. But
yeah.
let me pose a question to you. So you look older than 30 or so. I'm sure if we go back to your early 20s, there's some stuff that you did that maybe you wish you didn't do. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I used to be a socialist. Yeah.
So, and then would you agree that going through those experiences helped you become the person that you are today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I learned from my mistakes. Most people aren't capable of doing that, though, right? There's a lot of people who are incapable of stringing two thoughts together.
Sure, but that goes to my point that in order to get to that place, people need to do that. And so, if you want people to be making good decisions, then you can't take away those decisions. If you want humanity to be better, we have to go through getting better.
Yeah,
like, I mean, the only shout out to all the chat. I've been doing. I did like 100 push-ups in the last two streams. Super chat for that goal, but I need to go through the pain of doing the push-ups and feeling the soreness if I want my body to look better, if I want to be healthier. Why is that different than society at large?
Yeah, so you have capacity, Latch or however you say your name. Like there, so you are basically you are asserting that most people have the capacity that you do intellectually, and what I'm saying is that they do not, right? And that they are not capable of doing the kind of work that you're talking about, and that it is immoral to hoist the responsibility on them of being able to make decisions about governance.
Nope, I'm close, but the what I'm saying is that it is a necessary step for people to become able, not individuals, but people need to become able to do this on their own. Otherwise, we will always be stuck in a bifurcated society. And in the same way that you had, you had silly ideas of socialism, I thought that Hillary Clinton wasn't the worst thing in the fucking world. But that brought us to where we are. And what you're asking for is to skip the growth, skip the evolution, and just get to perfection when it's not actually perfection.
Yeah, well, I think that humans striving to build a better government isn't actually making their lives better. That there are better pursuits for people to follow, and because they're trapped in this democratic system, they're having to fill their minds and time with things that aren't actually benefiting their soul.
But
right?
who are
self.
you to say that they are not making their lives better? You don't know.
Well, I can walk outside and I can walk outside and see the degeneracy.
But that doesn't make you right.
You can't see the degeneracy when you look outside.
No, but the point is, how do you know that the degeneracy is not an inherent aspect? Just like my vote for Hillary Clinton, just like your co-signing of socialism. How do you know? I'm not saying it is. I'm just proposing that it might be a necessary step for humanity at large.
Yeah. So the level of thinking that you are asserting is like possible, right? To get to these different steps in personal development are IQ dependent levels, and most people can't reach them.
Right.
And so
how do you know that? You don't know.
Wait. But even if we agree on that, I think we can agree that there's, even if it's not in most, we can say there's enough people that can't handle it, that it's not enough to just let people do what they want and all that stuff. I'm fine with that statement. My issue is that you're claiming that because that's the case right now, that is always going to be the case.
Yeah, it always has been, and probably always will be. Yeah, I don't know what the future is going to hold, right? So I can't make claims to what the future will be.
So we should take 2 steps back and go back to.
You're making claims about the future. Humanity can't do this, and then you said I can't make claims about the future.
Making claims about observations on the present and the past, and seeing what the outcome of democracy has been, and basically the radical individualism of everybody doing what is in their own selfish best interest has not created a positive outcome. It's created a massive debt, a society of degeneracy.
So far, you're only living today, brother.
Can I add something?
So let's go to Trey, and we haven't heard from Box, and then CT is going directly after Box, regardless. Trey, Box, CT, go ahead.
So Sorry, I'm trying to get my kid to stop crying again. But
Shut up, child.
I'm stuck on, I guess, the negative aspects of things, whereas in the monarch isn't doing exactly what is good for the masses, not the elites. I'm talking about the masses. At what point? So is it we just shut up and take it, or do we get to actually, like do we get to rise up or anything, or because it's a monarchy, we're just supposed to take it?
Well, like, so how it functionally works. Again, I've kind of tried to explain this already. Because the monarch owns the government and has title that he passes on to his child, he will care about what his people think because he will want to maintain that
You're
title
missing my
and pass it
point.
on. No, I'm not
It's,
missing your point,
hold
right?
on, hold
Like
on, hold on,
the
because you're
system
not
doesn't
answering.
require you to have an opinion. It requires the king to understand what his people need.
So I'm not allowed to have an opinion, correct?
No, it doesn't require it, right? Your opinion, your opinion, your thoughts, your energy should be used dealing with things that benefit you, and not be concerned with things that are none of your business, like governance.
But
It
again,
should
what
be
if
used to push
you're
the
missing the
GDP of
point?
the government.
My thing is, what if the king's law is affecting how I'm able to progress my life, and it is affected enough of the masses that it's affecting us, that we're not able to progress our lives or do what we need to do? Then what are we as people supposed to
Yeah,
do? Are we just
yeah.
supposed to take it,
Leave.
or are we allowed to uprise?
Yeah, so there's release valves in our system where we basically have this conceit that we have some sort of control over our government and get to vote, when really we're just selecting two sides from the establishment coin, right? So that release valve is the one that we have in our system, where we basically lie to ourselves about choice, right? So there's going to be a release valve in the monarchy, where the monarch has people who are out there looking and hearing what the people are saying about his proclamations, and he will decide whether or not to make changes, right? Right. So
But it's
there
a
are
monarchy, right?
release valves that exist within those systems, just like they exist within our system.
Fair enough. Okay, I mean,
Okay,
and we could
I'll
definitely
I'll
get
concede.
into
I concede
yeah,
that.
yeah. There's and that's a whole conversation of getting into how exactly it would work. Because as I've said, I don't think that what you're proposing is illogical. I just personally don't.
It isn't.
I put individual liberty and legal egalitarianism as top things. So let's
Yeah.
bring in Box, and then we're going to CT. But real quick, let's shout out our boy Guam Tech with the $2 said monarchy by AI would be our best shot at monarchy. I think that leaves us in the same position. Who programs the AI? But Box, thank you so very much, sir. Box, what you got for us, brother? Welcome to. Oh, wait, real quick. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yep.
Mag also gave us another $2. My goodness, thank you so very much. Morty is loving it. Oh, look at him, loving it. Thank you so very much, guys. And of course, no shocking the dog. Very much appreciated, guys. All right, Box, my brother, what you got for us?
Man, this whole thing's a distinction without a difference as far as I can fucking tell. Basically, monarchy versus like what we got going on right now. Like, talk to your congressman, try to get him to stop taking APAC money. It's like talking to a brick wall. I mean, I like the idea of representative democracy, but it's just like when he's saying these things, and I'm trying to think about like what's fundamentally different with our system right now and how it's actually functioning. Never mind how it was designed to function or like the ideals of the situation, but how it's actually functioning right now is like I don't know. You get this situation where you're like, I mean, I don't see much daylight between the two arguments, honestly, at this point. It's fundamentally broken somehow.
Between monarchy and socialism, or
Yeah.
monarchy and the Democratic Republic?
Our constitutional federal republic right now, as it stands right now. Not like how it was, not like the ideals of it or anything like that, but like what we're actually doing right now feels almost indistinguishable from a monarchy or an oligarchy, maybe to some degree.
So Trey's his first question was, would we have the right to overthrow this monarchy? And then his second question was kind of along the same lines. He's saying, well, the people have a voice. And then Box goes into saying that there is a level of disconnect currently with our current system. I don't disagree with that, but it's corruption. It's not saying that the system itself is broken. It's saying that our elected officials are corrupted. There's a sheer level of corruption where there's financial interest and private interest involved.
Well, that's how it was founded. George Washington was a corruptible person.
Dude,
George Washington was the richest person in America.
Hold on. Let's see you finish.
My question to you is, because you said you voted for Trump this time, and then you voted for libertarians the past couple of elections, or you said all of your elections you always voted for libertarian, which is such a fucking cop out. That's a separate conversation. Say tomorrow, or say next election, Michelle Obama wins, because she could be a front runner, or say even worse, Gavin Newsom wins. Do you still stand by your monarchical conversation? Do you still think that Michelle Obama or Gavin Newsom or these people, these tyrants? Not saying Trump's. Depending on your opinion, Trump might be a tyrant in your opinion, but do you still think that having a tyrant be a monarch versus being able to reelect a tyrant every 4 years is better?
I don't. Was that for me?
It's working out for China right now. You know, I mean, like when we look at like the outcomes, if we're looking at the outcomes.
I didn't ask you guys. This is the guy talking about the monarchy. I'm saying, if you're saying we should be a monarchy, and you're saying the elites should be a monarch, if we put Bill Gates in the elite seat, he's gonna start trying to vaccinate babies before they're born. If we put certain people in this seat, it's not good. And I understand the political system is broken, but the whole point is we have a checks and balance system to where if they want to get elected, they at least have to appear popular. So once we take the popular side out of it, of getting the populist vote, what's stopping them from destroying all this?
Well, I mean, what's stopping them now, right? I mean, we just basically have the appearance of an elected
That's
system.
Not the question I asked.
No, it is the question. No,
we're slaves. We are slaves. Don't get it twisted. We're working for the man. We're paying the taxes. We are generating the revenue.
We pay more taxes.
I don't disagree, but
that's our point. You don't want to kill that.
Hold on.
That's not the question I asked.
Fine. So maybe
that's
it's
why you wouldn't.
Oh, shut up. Or maybe it's the same thing, Anson, but fair. So explain to him how it would work under a monarchy, and then you can just show him, and that's exactly how we have it today.
Can you distill the question down into something a little more simplistic, because it felt a little broad, and I'm having trouble answering it.
Fair enough. So you said you voted for Trump, and you think we should be under a monarchy, but you seem to have opinionated views. So if the monarchy was a socialist left-wing monarchy, how would that change your opinion of being a monarchy?
So you're asking me if the monarchy did something that was against my what I believed?
No.
Right?
I'm saying
if the monarchy is
socialist, I'm saying they're a full-on socialist left-wing monarchy.
Let's just say bad. It's a bad monarchy.
Yeah, so it would happen. What would happen is the same thing that happened to other bad monarchies, and it would collapse, and that the system would replace the monarch with someone else. Right.
That's what Trey asked, and you pushed back. That's what Trey asked. Trey said, "Would the people have a spot to push back on?"
Well, no, the people. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what the people want, right? The elites would recognize their failure.
Well, you wanted to bring it to the end of that, though.
What are you saying?
How would it fail if it's irrelevant what the people want?
Well, right. So if the system collapses,
hold on. One of these questions basically was like, do the people get a say? And it's like, at the end of the day, they absolutely do, because if they get pissed off enough, they will surely overthrow their government. That's what they do. That's what we've always done.
That was the whole point about the release valve.
That's another reason that they want to do well, is because they don't want to be overthrown like that. No one wants to be Marie Antoinette.
You're saying two different things. Y'all are saying two different things. You're saying we need a release valve, and then you're saying that people can overthrow it, which is fine. But then you're saying we need an absolute monarchy or a monarchy.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about absolute.
That's what a monarchy is. A monarchy.
Well, you're saying that people shouldn't care.
So you can't have both. You can't bake your, or you can't
have both of what?
Cake and give it to you.
Have both of what?
So CT, could you what is it? What are the two things that are in conflict?
Yeah. So the at first part we were saying, if you disagree with the monarchy, what should the people do? That's kind of what Trey asked, and he said we should. It's not. He doesn't have a vote because he's not an elite. And then now he's saying that because you disagree with monarchy, we can overthrow it. You can't do both. That's the whole point of democracy.
Did we lose him?
Maybe.
From my point of view, people either really love their kings or their monarchs, or they really dislike them. You know, like you can get a well-loved, well-respected monarch that actually gives a shit, a benevolent monarch, and they happen all the time. And the idea is that it's like, well, why don't they just go absolutely tyrannical? And it's because like they have their own forms of checks and balances, even though it's not laid out on paper. It's basically like if you piss off the people enough, one, they're not going to produce money for you, and two, they might actually overthrow you, right? So there's this overriding, like it's the problem of the alpha.
Yeah, but the needs of the people don't matter.
The alpha always has to compete with all of the betas, right?
And
the reason the alpha can't be alpha is because beta.
Any film's bring up a great point here. Tons of people die trying to overthrow a monarch. Voting is far from perfect, but it seems like a lot better. Like we just had, I would call a tyrant in office, and all we had to do was go and check a box, and now he's gone.
Yeah.
We didn't even have a tyrant. We had like a whole bunch of fucking bureaucrats propping some stick figure up in front of a camera.
Well, that's the point. We're a republic, and the idea is that like when we're talking about like release valves, well, the only release valve you've really got inside of a monarchy is to go to war, to overthrow, to kill people, to take that monarchy. But in our republic, you have a number of ways. You can protest. You can vote, obviously.
At least in a
You can
monarchy,
petition.
you know
can
who's pulling the
petition your
strings.
elected officials. There are multiple reasons why a republic is much better than a monarchy. And I just listed the ones that are release valves. You only got one release valve when it comes to a monarchy.
No.
What other ones do you have other than overthrow them?
Yeah, so I realize it's hard to envision what it looks like having an actual government in this bureaucratic fascist system we have that you keep calling.
No, it's not. We have plenty of monarchies to look at to know.
No. You have.
But we do. Hold on.
No. I want to answer. I want to answer that, right? So in a functional monarchy, what you have is an elite where people are bred to recognize what the people want and know how to govern, right? People who spend their entire lives studying that process so that when they get into power, they can govern in a positive manner and pass that title on to their children. And what you continue to talk about is this absolute power system, but that's actually the system we have now, right? The bureaucratic fascist system that we're under in the United States is way more imposing on the individual than any other monarchy in history has been, because a single individual can't accumulate the kind of power that our system has accumulated because it's so diffused.
Right, but isn't that only because of the fact that the monarchy that you like, the worst? Like let's say that this is the worst of democracy. Democratic Republic, it's still democracy. So let's say this is the worst. If we're talking about the worst under a monarchy, it is way worse than what we have now.
Really? I mean, how many?
You're assuming, or at least baking in that if we had a monarchy, that we would have a benevolent monarch that would be good, and that's not typically what we've seen throughout history. And so,
to be fair, I said that.
Exactly.
I said benevolent monarch.
So Indian Jesus.
If it was the case that we could have a perfect monarchy and everybody didn't have to worry about anything, and just one guy was taking care of everything. I mean, yeah, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you. I think what the point that we're all bringing up is that seems, just like socialism and communism, a pie in the sky idea to actually work out the way that you want it to work out.
So I think the reason why you have this opinion is because the military hasn't been turned inward on the United States; it's been turned outward. The number of civilians killed by the United States over the last 50 years is horrendous, and we are a morally corrupt country. You just don't see it because it's not happening here, right? We are an evil nation.
Yeah. How does but
So you're saying that we're not
No, that's
bad.
why that's what I was saying. There's very little daylight between what he's proposing and what actually exists right now. It's really hard to see how. Like here, I'll give you an example. Is like we all know that Biden was being propped up by bureaucrats, right? Name a single bureaucrat that he was being propped up by. You can't do it. You can't fucking do it unless you Google it for some reason. No one knows who was pulling the strings behind Biden. At least in a monarchy, you know that if the king's ill, this other dude's the dude that's taken over this shit, and this is what he thinks, right? The way it's going right now for our country, it's no good. It's no fucking good. We can't do this. This is unsustainable, and it's going to lead to our ruin.
Am I sideways?
Pretty face.
Am I sideways on my screen? I'm sideways.
Yeah, you're sideways.
You're absolutely sideways. That's great though.
It looks good though. It looks good on you. I think that's the part that I'm having problems getting past. That like, yes, if we had a good monarchy, then it would be good. But that implies that going into monarchy has some assurance that it won't be the worst kind of monarchy. Whereas if we have a democratic republic, I mean, I'm not saying things can't get worse, but like we're pretty bottom of the barrel, and we have some kind of recourse, even if it's minimal.
Yeah. So the reason why I came to monarchy is because of my libertarian values. Right.
That's the least libertarian value.
No, it's not. It's not, right? Because the power that can be accumulated by a single human is significantly less than what we've bestowed on our current government. It would be way better for people. There would be way more kingdoms, way more principalities to choose from, more options for people to go to in terms of selecting the kind of government they want if there were monarchies instead of this massive bureaucratic fascist system we have.
To what you just said, you keep saying democratic fascist.
Bureaucratic fascism.
You're for a monarchy and you're against democracy. Have you ever heard the word oligarchy?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I know what oligarchy is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's and you said it's impossible or it's. I don't know
it always devolves to it anyways. Everything devolves.
Hold on.
Not necessarily.
Fox, please. So you said you think that not one single person can accumulate enough power compared to a monarchy. Compared to a democracy?
Yeah. The people who lived under historic monarchies suffered much less oppression than the people in the United States do now.
Okay, so how do you compare that to an oligarchy now? Modern oligarchy.
A modern what's a modern oligarchy now? Can you point to an example? Because we don't have one here.
No, we're not. Key point. You said you don't think we have a modern oligarchy at all.
I think that there's.
But then you said the monarch should be ran by the elites. So you don't think the elites of this world have a modern oligarchy?
Oh yeah.
I don't think that it's that simple. I think it's way more complicated. In fact, I think the best description of our system was.
But just answer the question. You don't.
I am.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no.
No, it's not a yes or no. Nothing's binary like that. I don't do yes or no debate pro stuff.
Wait. So if a yes or no is presented, give a yes and give a yes or a no, and then explain.
I would just like to point out before we go into any of this, could we, really quick here? Like, we're like one of the few countries in which, like, you need a BA to work at Rent-A-Car, but if you want to run the country, you don't need anything other than to just be elected. And I think that the idea that you learn how to rule is important, and that's what he's talking about insofar as like monarchy teaches you how to rule properly, and then you do that thing.
Box, this is a different thing. Go back to CT. Give the yes or no question, answer, give a yes or a no, and then explain why it's not as simple as yes or no.
I can say the question again, just to interact. Do you think that currently we have a modern oligarchy?
No. And it's because it's much more complicated than just an oligarchy. There is an oligarchy component, but it shares power. It shares power with other entities. No, I'm gonna do my nuance now, right? So no, I'm gonna do my nuance now.
Go ahead.
So when Vladimir Putin was interviewed by Tucker Carlson like maybe a year and a half ago, I think it was, Putin went through this long description of having to deal with the United States in terms of decision-making process for foreign policy as it related to his nation. And he said that it was such a complicated system that he didn't understand how the decisions were made because it wasn't actually the president making the decisions. Right? We have a very diffused system of decision making where the people that we elect aren't actually the ones with the final decision making authority.
That's my
and
point.
So it's not really an oligarchy. It's much more complicated than that.
No. See, you just answered the question without knowing you just answered the question.
Real quick, RTF. I don't know if I know you by a different name, but either let me know who you are in the private chat or just cam up for me and I can pull you up. Sorry, go ahead, bud.
So that's the point of my question, is saying we are under modern oligarchy, and you just said Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin, and Putin said he didn't know how modern politics works because our elected officials are not in charge. Because you keep putting this faith on the monarchy and the presidency or all this bullshit of talking about elected officials. That's my point. We're not under elected officials. We're under the oligarchy. We're under the elites already. So your point of saying we should put the elites as kings, we're already
there. Yeah. So
and it's not working. And it's not working.
Yeah. So under our system, though, we're all deceived into thinking that we get to vote and have governance over ourselves. And at a local level, and that's the problem with democracy and representative republic, right? It eventually leads to self-deception and lying to yourself. And so a lot of people go around thinking that they have a choice, right? And that's the corruption of post-enlightenment individualism thinking.
That's an oligarchy. That's what.
No, it's not an oligarchy. It's a bureaucratic fascist system where the power is diffused.
Not fascism.
It is. It's bureaucratic fascism. It's a highly centralized, militaristic government where basically there's top-down authority, and there's much more taxation now in the United States than there was on any of the other historical monarchies. The peasants work way more in the United States than they had historically in the past because we're tax cattle.
All right. Well, let me ask this. And you never answered my question before.
Okay, I did, but yeah, I'll answer another one.
No, the question before about saying what would you do if it was the Kamala Harris monarchy versus the Trump monarchy. You never answered that, but we'll move past that of saying what is the ideal monarch then? You keep saying the elites. Put a name on it. Who do you think would be the best monarch? Family.
Well, I don't look at it from the perspective of a horse race like we're programmed to think, right? It's not from my perspective. I don't care.
Making bold claims, dude.
No. I agree that you can. I mean, this is maybe my bias in coming from the whole secular morality thing. That just because I am in the position to say that I'm not convinced that Christianity is the best thing that humanity can do doesn't mean that I have to have a fully packaged answer. You can definitely have issues with the current governmental system and say that there's the problems that I'm seeing don't exist in this system. That's fair. I think again what we're coming down to is that both systems have negatives, and I feel like we, the very broad we, have chosen what we think is the lesser of two evils, being a democratic republic, because the notion of being chosen by God or the elites is not how it's not what Americans came here to do. It's not the people who left the UK in rebellion. That's not what they came here to do. And so going back to your original statement, Anson, it seems like if you want a monarch, go the fuck to a country with a monarchy.
Yeah.
Why is that not?
I'll make this even more rich so you can understand it from my perspective. So my first American ancestor fled to the United States from Great Britain because of crimes he committed against the crown. Right. So he was under threat of death if he didn't flee Great Britain because of the king there and the tyranny that he was under that king. Right. But that doesn't mean necessarily that I have to accept that the thing that was created by his efforts was better.
I think you would be ashamed of what you're saying right now.
Right,
I don't think so. I think
agree with you, Anson, but I don't think you're it's fair to hold the position, but then we're trying to investigate it, interrogate it, and see what actually it is. It doesn't if you're just, I don't really know. I kind of have a feeling that because of X, Y, and Z, that monarchy would be better. That's totally fair.
Well, no, it's like what CT just said. Like, I think he'd be ashamed if he saw what I was doing. But if he looked around and saw what this nation became and all of the disgusting degeneracy that it has turned into, he would be wanting to do another revolution, right? Like, I'm not saying that. I'm not a revolutionary. I'm just taking a look around and saying, look, this thing that we did, the experiment failed.
That's so basically all I've heard you said so far is you keep making, as a true libertarian, you keep drawing up the problems that you think you see, but you don't have any fucking solutions.
Yeah, the solution is monarchy.
Libertarian always has.
That's how he started this. He said a solution is monarchy.
Yeah,
we're interrogating why we disagree, but that is his solution.
Well, no, but he also just said like 10 seconds ago that he doesn't think we need a revolution.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to get on YouTube and say that I have no desire to have somebody knock on my door.
How do you think you get a monarchy?
Okay, so let me speak for Anson, and then you can answer. You can tell me if I'm correct or incorrect. I think that Anson would be if he sees monarchy as the perfect thing, and we are currently living in a democratic republic, that voting for a monarchy would be the best thing that could happen.
Oh yeah.
How do you vote for a monarchy?
It's super simple. You elect the constitutional amendment. Constitutional amendment saying the Constitution was a mistake. We take it back.
So this circles back to the other.
I gotta piss. Nobody fuck up my channel.
You want to abolish the Constitution? Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I think the Constitution is immoral. Yeah.
What if you could rank the amendments? Just hypothetically, if you could rank the amendments that we should get rid of first. I think it's the First Amendment of freedom of speech. Do you think it's the Fourth Amendment of freedom of teachers? Do you think it's the 10th Amendment that gives states the rights to govern their own things that aren't covered by the amendment? So which things do you think we should get rid of first?
It's not like a get rid of first kind of thing. Like, it's not a piecemeal. Like, we messed up part of the Constitution. It's the entire concept of self-governance.
Completely. Just no one should have the right to self-governance. So you're hold on. So you're saying we should vote on something that would end all voting.
Yeah.
And then say that happens this year, and the current political status we'd probably vote in. Based off most things, I think we'd probably vote in Trump to be the populist guy to win that vote. But say what you're talking about happens in 5 years, and next in the next election cycle we got Michelle Obama and Gavin Newsom, and that's, to me, that's probably the only two options. So which is right. So if we did it now or we did it in 5 years in the next election cycle, what would it matter, or do you think the vote's the vote? So even if we vote in Michelle Obama for being the new Queen of America,
yeah. So you're asking a functional question, like how would it functionally happen, right? And so I would look at past examples of when nations dissolved, and take a look and see how it happened when those nations dissolved. Like
I'm asking your opinion. Also.
Yeah, I'm giving you my opinion. Yeah. So I would think, like, when the Soviet Union collapsed, like there were very peaceful examples of the satellite nations who were once a part of the Soviet Union breaking apart and becoming their own entity. And I think something similar would happen when the Constitution does eventually cause the collapse of the United States, right?
So you think it's a good thing? You think we should split up?
No, I think it's inevitable. I don't think that it's a good or a bad thing. I think that it will happen because we can't continue in our current way.
So let's take the same back and forth forward. So you're for a monarchy. You think we should vote on it. You think when that vote happens, it would be a breakup. What do you think each section of America gets their own king?
Well, no, I was engaging in your hypothetical when I said that. That's not how I think it will happen.
And I'm pushing the hypothetical forward. I'm trying to see your logic. this is about your logic. So you're saying we break up the country, we all vote, it's everything breaks apart. Say we've got 4, 5, 6 different regions to America. Does each region of America get its own king?
No, I think it'll be much more decentralized than that when it collapses.
So you
I
think there'll be like 50 kings here? You think each state? You think each state gets their own?
Yeah, I think that's way more likely that when the system does collapse, it will break up into smaller components.
Okay. So then what
Europe
happens
is
when?
like the United
Hold on,
States.
hold
If
on.
you just
So then what happens when the king of Kentucky invades the king of Tennessee?
I've got some cupcakes for you.
Well, so that's why I brought up the historical
Same
examples of
language.
things like the Soviet Union, right? So when the Soviet Union collapsed, most of it was peaceful in terms of the satellite nations that broke apart, except for the ones except for the satellite nations that the United States interfered with and caused problems with, right? So barring outside influence,
the
right,
Berlin Wall.
generally, like as long as there aren't any other nations that are evil like the United States, coming in and messing with us, then it should be a fairly peaceful process because we can break apart our assets and deal with all of those issues of sovereignty. But the same issue holds with our current system, right? What happens when one nation invades another country, right? You can't that's a problem that exists regardless of what kind of government you have internally.
No, but you said a key phrase there. You said a key phrase there. You said separation of assets. So do you really think if in the next, hypothetically, again, I'm pushing this hypothetical forward. You said we've voted to become a monarchy. Each state can choose their own king or queen, and then we'll have to separate the assets, like you just said, because that's important. Because in Indiana might have a coal mine, but Idaho has all the fucking potatoes.
Well, it's more about
Wait,
the debt.
hold on. Hold on. Before we go down a rabbit hole, I think we can establish that there would be logistical things if we were going to completely change our governmental system. I don't think Anson is saying that we wouldn't have extreme changes, but that doesn't mean that those changes are impossible. And so again, I disagree with the notion of having a monarchy. But if you're attacking the idea, then you're essentially saying, no, I don't like that. And I mean, me too. We've all established we don't like that. Anson likes that. Okay, cool. So do we have an actual way to say, Anson, you should be rethinking this because of XYZ? If not, it's fine to just agree to disagree. That okay, you think monarchy would be better, and I don't.
It's icky to me, but I don't see a difference.
I think it's long-winded, but that's exactly what I was fucking getting at. I'll shorten it to 30-second time clips if you need me to. My point is, when we all split up into 50 different monarchies, what happens when Texas invades Florida?
Well, the same
we all
thing that
have a
happens.
good old jolly war. We just have a fight.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that happens when countries invade other countries now. It happens all the time across the globe.
Do you think that's good? Do you think that's a good thing?
No, I think war's a horrible thing.
Well, I would even argue that dependent, like war in general, taking outside an individual law, or excuse me, an individual war in and of itself is essentially amoral. War is not something that like happens because people are trying to be evil. It's typically, I mean, sometimes, but it typically, or at least historically, was a matter of just legitimate, logistical, practical, conflict.
Yeah, and the system we have now is exceptionally warfaring, right? We attack countries all across the globe because we're so large and we're so evil, right? And I disagree with TheIndianJesus. I think it's evil to wage war.
That's so. And in God's honesty, and you already said you're an atheist.
Not even to sell guns.
Let me ask this. In all honesty, you just said you think war is evil.
Yep.
And you think if there is a vote, I swear to God, you said if there's a vote that becomes, the whole America becomes a monarchy, and then you said yourself, you think 50 states would go for separate countries. It would be, instead of the United States of America, it would be the 50 states of America, or the 50 countries. And then we all have our own kings that are under maybe a higher king.
What's going to end up happening?
Do you not think that would lead to more war?
No, I think it would lead to less war because the United States wouldn't be able to go around the globe and basically do all the damage that they've been doing for the past 60 years.
No, but see, that's not the. I'm not asking about. I completely agree that the United States is trying to be the global police, and we shouldn't do that. But
well, so let's ask a clarifying question.
Finish my question, Lutch, please.
Bro, you've been talking. I just went on a whole fucking walk, and you two been talking the whole fucking time. Chill the fuck out. So, and you're fucking going around in circles. So maybe I have something to say that can make this conversation even better, and you can say more better things.
Okay, go ahead.
And now again, I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. So the idea of we were talking about war, and so yeah, I was going to bring up the notion of broadly used broadly using the term mutually assured destruction. Would there not be an aspect of, or I guess the first question then is, to answer then, would we have any type of like federal United States thing, or just completely the individual states?
Well, I mean, I have no. So that's a predicting the future sort of thing, right? So in my ideal system,
can I draw from the past? Hold on. Let me draw from the past. If you look at Europe, it's like if you go from the UK to Spain to Portugal, that's 3 different languages right there. That's like going from California to Utah to Arizona, right? If you could imagine, then you go through the rest of Europe and shit. Every country is a different fucking language. The Swedes speak their own, the Denmark speak their own shit, Germans speak their own shit, and that's all just a blob of, like, if you imagined all the countries in Europe as states, you could imagine a world in which, like, yeah, this is how this plays out.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. America speaks all English, and the one funny thing about all those European countries, all those people speak fucking English too. Everyone speaks English because America dominated the globe, whether for better or worse. We've installed ourselves into every country in this.
Okay, great. But the point was about war and having more or less war if we are under a monarchy. Then you were bringing up Florida versus Texas, or Florida versus New York, or whatever. And I'm
Russia versus Ukraine.
That's not what we brought up at all, Fox.
Exactly. So if we're asking about how the states with different kingdoms are going to interact, then it is not. Again, I'm, as much as I disagree with it, I'm trying to find the logic here, and it doesn't seem illogical that there could be 50 different countries, and they each operate on their own.
I can answer that for you.
I don't like that idea, but
who's going to speak Italian?
So no,
Illinois.
Fox, stop. So the whole concept of the United States of America is we are 50 countries under one constitution.
Yeah, that's but we're not though.
No,
like we essentially, that's a way to think of it, but that's not how it is. New Jersey is not a country. Tennessee is not a country. We get what you when you in 4th grade and you talk to people about what the United States is and how it's different.
I'm saying we literally are. That because each state has their own state constitution, and then because of our Bill of Rights, I believe it's the 10th Amendment that says anything not mentioned in this federal Bill of Rights falls under the state constitutions. So we give things to state powers that don't fall under the federal powers. We literally are.
What does that have to do with states warring with each other?
Because he's saying, because he's bringing up monarchy, and I'm saying, all right, cool. And then I asked him if we go in the monarchy direction, how should it be divided up? And he said he thinks each state would break up into their own entity. So then we got 50 kings. And then I said, all right, cool. So we got 50 kings. What happens when the king to the left invades the king to the right? That's how kings operate.
Well, I mean, it's not just how kings operate, but it's also how democracies operate. Like you're acting like it's like outside the norm of the human condition to war between different tribes, right? That's unrelated to the issue of monarchy. That's more of a human condition problem.
No, it would look like Israel and Gaza. It would look like Ukraine and Russia. That's what it would look. That's what it would look like. If you're wondering what that would look like, that's exactly what it would look like.
That's not what it would look like. Fox.
That's exactly what it would look like.
Okay, so if you're feuding, that's how it would look like. Then, based on, it would not look like that. Based on
what? Yeah. Why do you? Why do you think Texas and Florida is the same thing as Gaza and Israel? It's not the same thing at all.
It's not
Okay, why
insofar as they share a border
Okay, why
with
not?
each other.
Yeah, why not, CT?
They don't share a border.
So
That's
the
it?
They
They don't share a
could if
border,
they
so
took
it's
over
different?
some land.
right.
Right?
So
It's just exactly we're playing out exactly like we're watching all these other politics play out all over the world. Look, man, monarchy.
Not.
Say what you will about it, but it has staying power, right? Well, everything went to shit after Rome. Monarchy came in clutch for like fucking thousands of years at this point, right? And there's a reason. Like if it was, it's not like communism and it's not like socialism. It's a different thing altogether, and it works. And you know it works because you can look in the world
I see a lot of
and
similar
see it
issues, but they're
actively
very
working
different things.
still.
Monarchy is dude. Even to Lutch, you of anyone should be opposed to this. Monarchy is saying
to it,
that.
but
I am opposed to it too.
We're all opposed to
I'm
it.
just
We're trying to
explaining why it
investigate
makes
and
sense.
You
No,
keep
it's
just
not
you keep
impossible.
bringing you keep essentially saying, "Well, I wouldn't like that."
No,
Okay,
I've brought.
and
Man,
then
I don't like our.
let's don't.
I
I've brought
also
up
don't
many
like it. I
examples.
also don't want a monarchy. But me telling Anson, "Hey, I don't like that because it wouldn't be
That's
good,"
not what I've.
is not an argument.
I've never once said I don't like that. I've given reasons every time of saying why it's wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Okay, well, I must have missed every single one of them. Let's go down the list. The first reason it's wrong
Is because it's a failed experiment that was overtaken by modern democracy. A not full democracy, but we're a democratic republic. We fled for freedom of speech, freedom of religion, because back in the day, the monarchy was ran by the church, because it says under the monarchy rule that they're God's will, that these people were installed. It applies no ability for the people to have taxation with representation, because they're just expected to pay the king and not get any votes passed by themselves. Why am I having to explain to you, Ledge, why monarchy's wrong?
That's the conversation we're having. What do you mean?
I know, but I've
What are you
stated
doing here? If that's not what you're trying to do.
times. And
I came in saying I saw very little daylight. I basically came in here and said, I was like, I see what they're saying, right? And what we've got going on is so fundamentally close that I feel like this is a problem, right? I'm not pro monarchy, but I understand how it physically functions. Like if you just read any history, you understand how it functions, right? Like why don't you trample over the people because they are your labor? Without them, you are nothing. Like if there's all these, like I say, you don't need to write a Magna Carta to figure this shit out.
And honestly,
that's kind of I'm
It's
coming
just
from a
it's
place
been
where I don't
going on. It's been a constant.
I don't necessarily understand all the ins and outs, maybe as well as you guys do, but that's why we're having the conversation. Is because I'm saying I think that the Democratic Republic is best for the individual, and I put the individual liberty.
We let the least intelligent people into office.
And I'll be
honest, under the law. And I'm being told that those are not good things, and so I'm just trying to investigate the reasons as to why somebody thinks those are not the good things. But I don't have to. I don't have to like everything that's being said. I just want to understand the mindset.
I still have to say I don't think, and you're going to say that you've already answered it, but I don't think you give me a clear answer of saying what happens if in 5 years this monarchy vote that you're talking about goes through, and it's Michelle Obama as the president, and she wins the monarchy.
Right. That was me engaging in your hypothetical when you were asking about like voting for like how would we get it right, and so like engaging in your hypothetical. Of course, I wouldn't prefer to have like Michelle Obama as the monarch. I don't want a terrible person to be the monarch, but that's not really a condemnation of monarchy, because I don't think that someone like Michelle Obama would rise to the top in a system like that.
Well, no.
So can I think I can.
The reason you're for it is because currently it's Trump, and you're like, we want a Trump.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. I think I can bridge this gap. We're trying to say that Anson, you're going for monarchy, yet there could be a bad monarch.
Yep.
And Anson is saying, yeah, that is true. But also, under a democratic republic, there could be a bad leader as well.
That's fair.
And then everything else needs to be compared because all the things that are being brought up are the same. Because I was speaking for Anson. I don't want to put words in Anson's mouth. So off of what I just said.
Right. So I think that in a monarchy, Kamala Harris would actually be a better leader than she would be in a democracy or a representative republic because she would have ownership of the government and care about passing it on to her children. Which was my point about ownership and the tragedy of the commons related to the current system we have now, where we have temporary stewards of the government instead of people with title.
Okay, so do you think that'd be a good thing if Kamala Harris passed it all down to her children?
Yeah, I think that it will be a better system than what we have now. Yeah.
You're
so
fucking stupid.
Wait. I think to answer the question directly, CT. I think what Anson is saying.
No, Lutch. He just answered it. He just told me enough
No,
information.
and he gave you the answer, and you asked the question again. So I'm trying to clarify what I'm trying to say, what I think he's trying. Who's is someone getting?
Well, does Anson see any downside to his monarchy?
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
that's
he
what I'm
doesn't.
trying to get across. You
Kamala
keep asking the
Harris
same
is
questions. If you shut the fuck
monarch.
up and let me talk, I think we can move this conversation forward. So again, bro, you can't do this. If you're gonna be up here, then go away. All right, this is a show for adults. If you can't be adults, then go the fuck away.
Adults.
All right, I am the fucking leader. I am your fucking daddy. If you can't fucking follow the rules, then go the fuck away.
You're not my dad. We already talked about this.
All right. So anyway, I think the point is that we can have negatives in any type of societal structure or governmental structure, and in the same way, we wouldn't want to vote Kamala Harris into power. We wouldn't be in the monarch that Anson is talking about. Wouldn't be such that someone like a Kamala Harris or a Michelle Obama would be considered an elite. Is that correct or incorrect, Anson?
Yeah, and there's a genetic lottery component involved too, where you can't really control all of it, right? Like the idea is that in the monarch system, the children will be raised to govern from birth. They would be given more training and more expertise and experience because of their elite status. But it's not a perfect system. I've never argued from perfection.
Yeah, go ahead, CT.
Yes. So two things. First of all, you're not my daddy, and we've been training on blood sport debate for the last 2 weeks. And then once we're having a debate title conversation, you tell me to shut up. But second part is there is no monarchy with Kamala Harris's children. You're saying that you think because children is raised in government that they're better off in government politics. That's what the Bushes were. The Bushes were raised as CIA kids. Their dad was the leader of the CIA. George W. Bush was 20-something years old while his dad was president, and then it got passed. That's what we get dynasty politics. And that is what I'll circle back to before, is in fucking oligarchy. That is an oligarchy. And that's not right. It's not a monarchy, but it's an oligarchy. And I asked you before if you knew what oligarchy meant, and you tried to say you knew. But
I do.
Sure.
Yeah, there's there are a few elites who control absolutely everything, right? Yeah. Yeah, and they basically rig the system in their favor and trample on the rights of the individual to make themselves wealthy, right? And there's some of that in our system. I didn't say there was none of it. Like in my answer, I tried to give you a more nuanced answer.
So Anson, do you see anything positive about a republic over a monarchy, or do you only see an upside to a monarchy and a downside to a republic?
Well, I think that monarchies are they're not perfect, and republics have good sides too, right? But the problem is, on a long enough timeline, they're inherently unstable because eventually people just realize that they can elect themselves wealth that they didn't earn.
Well, that's a democracy. That's a pure democracy.
Yeah, that's what we I'm talking about what we have, right? When you have a republic, when you're allowing people to vote, what ends up happening is that they vote for the government to give them other people's stuff.
Well, that's not true. We don't have a pure democracy. A pure democracy
Oh my God.
would be that.
Yeah. Okay.
Which you just stated.
I did.
He's saying the system that we have is not perfect. Therefore, the argumentation that a monarchy is not perfect is not a valid argument.
Name another system in America right now in which you don't need credentials to do it. Some form of credentials to do it, right? We're the only country I've seen like we let the morons fucking vote with the smart people, and we let the morons run with the smart people, and the morons and the smart people have to figure out who should be doing all this stuff. And the idea that like we're well informed is fucking laughable at this point.
Well, that's what you say.
Name another system in which we just let anyone do it.
Okay, Adam, go ahead.
Well, I mean that's what you say, but just because you don't agree with who people elect does not mean that they are ill-informed or that they shouldn't have that right to do so. I mean, if New York or let's say any other state, decides that that's what they want to do, that's fine. Where I would have the pushback, and the reason that I really do appreciate the Republic is that if I don't like what another state's doing, I can basically tell my federal government in this case, like, hey, we don't have to support that. So, but that's the experiment side of it. But ultimately, you might think they're all. Hold on, Bob. You might think they're all morons.
Wait.
You may think they're all morons, Bach, but that doesn't mean you're correct.
Now, I mentioned when I was talking about the I guess the founding of the country, that I thought that there was a problem, right? Like the revolutionary government that was put into place after we won the war was a good government for like the almost eight years or so that we had it, 9 years where we had the Articles of Confederation. I thought that would have been a good system, but there was a coup done that basically highly centralized the government and put us on this degenerate path of constitutional republic where we basically centralized everything. We don't have the 50 countries anymore that we would have had, or at the time the 13 countries. We have this other thing. We have this other thing that was basically concocted by Alexander Hamilton to make him a king one day. And if Alexander Hamilton had become the king that he wanted to be, then the system probably would have worked fine. But he was prevented from doing so by Aaron Burr, right? And so we're stuck with this third way system that wasn't actually fulfilled, that didn't fulfill the destiny that Alexander Hamilton had set out for himself. And
they gave us a reset button.
So to that
well,
point,
I don't disagree with you that we don't function as the Constitution was written. I do agree with that. I think that is a problem that we have in our system today. But if we were to return to that, I would definitely say we would have a much better republic. But currently, too many people seek government to solve their problems, and that has become a large problem, in the sense that was not what our founding of our country was for or meant to be. It was not meant to be government being the nanny state that people are trying to push for it to be.
Yeah, well, late stage republics always turn to that, though. That's what happens to them, and then they become something different, where there's a one person in charge.
So then how? So what could there? Is there something that could be done where, okay, in for the first 300 years, Democratic Republic is the best, but then you grow, and since these republics typically fall, then move into something else. Would you say that's monarchy, or is there another option, or what do you think about that?
Well, it's whatever happens when the system collapses, right? Like I can look at history and kind of guess about what it's gonna look like, right? I hope that there are like small monarchies that pop up. But I mean, as far as I know, like in modern history, it's probably going to turn into more of like a strongman socialist system, right? And that would be the worst outcome, right? Where we have like an even more autocratic government, and an extension of like the logical conclusion of capitalism, which is communism, right?
Well, I think this is the life that's online. I think we are farther from falling.
Adam and then CT.
Well, I think we're falling. We're far from falling into a civil war. I think most of us who stick our heads all into this this stuff 24/7 don't realize that there's a lot more people who are not even concerned with this day to day.
Well, how many people do you think were fighting in the Civil War? It wasn't the whole fucking country. Let's go to
Well,
C.
it wasn't the whole country, but
My
at
point is,
the end of the day,
I think we're hitting
you had states that were breaking away, and you don't even have that. Most states are divided almost 50-50 in between.
I don't think that matters. But let's go to CT.
So I'm sorry. I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm just ADD and I forget what the last person talked about. But what the last thing you said was we're in a phase of autocratic capitalism that you disagree with. But hold on. But then earlier you said we should be ran by the elites. So, in my opinion, the autocratic capitalists are the fucking elites. So what's your basis? What do you? Sorry, my computer's screwing up. What's your mix when you're saying we should be run or we can't be run by the autocratic capitalists, but then we should also be run by the elites? Those are the same fucking people.
Yeah, so I gave an example of Musk earlier because Musk has a more transcendental view of what the world should look like. He has a more nuanced view. He's not right. I'm trying to explain elites to you, right? Because you have this concept of elites.
I keep asking
related. Yes, I'm trying to answer it.
What do you mean? Wait. I definitely fucking read it. Did I not read it?
I don't.
I definitely read this. What the fuck are you talking about? Aragon Proof Monarchy is the best mic drop. I fucking did read it. Fuck you. But let's read it again. Aragon improved. Monarchy is the best. Mic drop. Quamtech, thank you.
How is this a comment? So to continue my question, same thing. I'm not necessarily talking about just Musk. I understand there's like the top 5 like top engineers, like you got Gates, Musk, Buffett, who's like the stock market genius. Which one of those elite categories do you think should be?
So in
those
a
are all autocratic capitalists.
Yeah. So you're leaning on the you're leaning on the merchant class as the people who you think are elites because you were raised in the capitalist paradigm in the commerce paradigm where you think that those people are morally superior because they have achieved great financial success, right? And so that's not my definition of what an elite is, right? That's your definition of what an elite is. My definition of what an elite is someone who is morally superior and is ordained by the church as having been someone who is capable of shepherding a society in a positive manner, in a moral, just manner.
You said
yes, and I am an atheist.
Hold on, let me say something, please. You said earlier in chat that you called yourself an atheist.
I am an atheist. I've been an atheist for 25 years.
Okay, fine. You're entitled to your own beliefs. Unlike a monarchy, you'd be killed by now.
No, not necessarily.
For most monarchies, you'd be hung by a tree. But for your argument, you say the elites are based off of religious factors. As a atheist, you do not, in my opinion, that's not your call. Because if you're calling to say there's the monarchy should be run by elites, and then I give you all these business elites that actually do fundamentally run the world. Objectively, they actually run the world. And then you say, well, no, it's for the church to decide. And then you say you don't believe in the church. What the fuck are you saying?
Right. So just because I know that there is no God doesn't mean that I don't understand that the vast majority of humankind needs to have that hierarchical structure in order to function, because I don't believe that most people are cognitively capable of managing their own lives without a higher power to orient themselves.
You think you are?
I do. Yeah.
You would be hung by a tree in 1600.
No, I would have the awareness to know when.
So remember before we talked about Anson's ideal situation is that we vote in a monarchy. So if we are voting in a monarchy,
this is all on topic, dog. We're all on topic.
Okay, so like I was saying, you're assuming what the monarchy is.
I'm asking.
Well, I think we're going by the definition of a monarchy, which is by divine right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think most people, when they hear monarchy, is by divine right. That's what a monarchy is. If you're saying we're voting in a king, then that's democracy.
I was engaging with his hypothetical related to that question, right? I don't think that that's how it's going to happen.
Right. So
They
that's
do
what
it on religion. We do it with the Constitution.
We're
How do
trying
you
to
think it
poke
would
holes
happen?
in the idea
That's
of a
important.
monarchy itself. Just
No,
because
well-
we're trying to poke holes in the idea of a monarchy versus democratic republic in and of itself. Just because we can't necessarily directly off the top of our heads, we didn't know he was gonna be like, "Oh, I'm a monarchist." We didn't know. Just because we can't poke holes in it off the top of our head doesn't mean that it is the ideal situation. But that's the conversation that we're having. So you can't get mad that we're having the conversation that we're having because it's not already done and everybody agrees with you.
No, I'm not mad. I want to be clear. I think it's crazy. I think it's outlandish what you're saying, but I'm not mad. That's why I'm fired up. I'm like this is
all right.
be
So
fair.
on that note,
This
then
is a good conversation.
I think that is a good time to maybe close it down before we kill each other. So does anybody here have a channel they want to shout out?
I'm just a dude.
I feel like you need to start one soon at this rate.
I'm a mod over on Definitely Not Whatever. I think she has cool content. I help her with her stuff, so y'all could probably go over there.
Let him know. Let him know. Floor is yours.
Yeah, at Definitely Not Whatever. She does a lot of debate content related to whatever, and Andrew Wilson and the debate sphere in general, poking holes in the logic of debate bros, and it's really good content. You'll learn a whole lot going over there, and she's a pretty funny nerd. So yeah, go over to at Definitely Not Whatever.
Word up. Word up. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining. Does anybody else have any final words for the people?
We're not that far off. We're really not that far off.
We're not.
It sounds so drastic, but we're honestly not very far off from basically just being a monarchy already.
Agreed. All right, gentlemen. Well, Guantag said he just jumped into the after party. So if you are a member of the Discord, or even if you hit the link before the stream is over, I will be able to see, and you will be able to join us in that after party. So come on through, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Can I say one closing statement just before we leave?
Yeah.
Kind of to what Alan just said, I don't think we're that far apart. But comparing in monarchy, I brought up the term oligarchy, which I think we are under. And oligarchy is just ruled by elites, and he was saying that we should be a monarchy under elites. So I don't think we're that far off. I think it is similar. It's just the way to go about it is, in my opinion, very wrong. I don't want a king. I want to have some political vote, but I do think at the end of the day, I think we're just under corruption. I think our whole system is so corrupt, it's so gone, that's why these conversations come up. If the American system worked, we would not be under these we wouldn't have this conversation because it works. But currently, we're so corrupted. There's so much corruption, money in politics, all that stuff. That ends up being an issue. But come to the after party.
Beautiful. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so very, very much for joining. I didn't know we were going to get into such a deep conversation, but I very, very much appreciate it. So, hey, this started. Shout out to Alan, the lefty, who was like, "Yo, are you doing call-ins? Drop the link." I'm always a little. You never know who's gonna come up with these things. But you guys, I know, so I'm definitely open to doing this more often. We just come up and kind of have a chat. So I really do appreciate you guys. I didn't really have much except to see what's going on with the No Kings protest, and wasn't much going on with there. So you guys came in and saved me. Thank you so very, very much. Hopefully, I will see you guys in the after party. Peace. All right. God damn. I did not expect that to kick off. But, you never know what you're going to get when you come to the Indian Jesus party I think we had an interesting conversation. I do think, to be very clear, I don't think that a monarchy would be a good idea, but he certainly has, Anson certainly presented a notion of monarchy that isn't the authoritarian fascist regime that we all think of. Again, I think it's kind of a little pie in the sky to think that it wouldn't eventually go that way, and I don't fully understand how we would get from here to there, but that's why we have these conversations, and it will definitely not be the last one. Section 230 said definitely not going. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Jelio said exactly. Name a country that has your perfect answer. Crickets. But again, I don't think that's unfair. I don't think that's unfair. You do not need to have an answer to a problem just because you've identified a problem. I've identified that Christianity is not good enough, in whatever way you want to put it, not good enough to get all the people to follow it. That doesn't mean that I need to have the moral system already that works. That just puts us in the position to have that conversation and figure out what exactly that is. Oh no, Waco, come on, are you not pulling up the No Kings thing from I exited out already, from 2017, right? Oh man. CT, aka Colby, said the monarchy system comeback was not a war I expected. Me neither. Me neither. No, I knew what you meant. All right. Agelios said, old white folks at the No Kings protest. I'm old enough to remember when the left were the cool ones. I said, shit. Me too. But that is a bygone era. Unfortunately, they still think they're cool. But indeed, they're losers. I want to give a big shout out to all of the donations. I don't have my horn, but thank you guys so very, very much. Look at that. Indie Film member for over 2 years, brother. Thank you so very, very much. I definitely read this one. I know I read this one. And if I didn't read this one, I apologize. Of course, I love you to no end. I don't know what it means anyway, but very much appreciate you. And of course, Matt also chimed in. Thank you guys so very, very much. I think that I'm going to switch over to starting to do more random streams instead of trying to put out videos. It takes so long to clip everything up, and then I get like none of you watch that shit, and a bunch of you do come to the live. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, but we'll be here. Make sure you are subscribed, guys. That is the only way to make sure you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. And you know that YouTube sucks at those notifications, so make sure you ring that bell. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, that is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Hope to see you guys over in the after party. Until next time, guys, we are out of here.